Hello, and welcome to another edition of CEN, the Collective Entertainment Network. This week, we are happy to bring forth to you a brand new story that we are going to be going with our players as we're starting in a new world. Thylea, written by the wonderful team at Brought You BioWare, and I'm just very excited to get started with this. I am your DM John. I am joined by our wonderful players, Rays Mason, Nost, Ray, and welcoming back Brian for his glorious return. Wonderful. But without any further ado, let us engage on the first steps of our Odyssey of the Dragonlords.
Clear, we're in the video.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I am happy to have you here. I am so happy for all of our collectivites, collectivians, Odysseans, all of you Odysseans out there, ready to join us as we go on this new adventure. This week, guys, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going through the Session Zero document, line by line, so that no one can ever say that John never does proper Session Zeros. Make sure that we cover everything, and we're going to go over all of our house rules so that we can reference back to this video. We're going to go over all the changes to everything that we've done. You guys have played at my tables multiple times, and I'm changing the way I run some things for this game. We're going to try out some new stuff. So we're going to see how that works. If we like it, we'll continue. If it's horrible, we might continue less. But either way, Odyssey of the Dragonlords is a really big campaign. It takes most groups about 2 years to finish the book from start to finish because it is a level 1 to level 20 campaign, and that's with weekly sessions. So if you're in this for the long haul. So we want to make sure we take a little bit of time in the beginning to make sure that we cover all of our bases so that everybody's on the same page as we continue forward for things, and that everything can be adjudicated fairly. The document I'm referencing is off of Reddit in the D&D group, but there are plenty all over the place that can be found. And while we are in the beginning, I'd like to give a big thank you to every one of our viewers out there. John Sakari, I know you've got a game night you even turned in, buddy. Thank you. Everybody else who's watching, why don't we give them a quick shout out? Brian, I know you're looking at the screen. Give a shout out to our viewers. Can you do that?
Hello. Let me get the thing up. Let's see, who do we have? We have Mason.
Fantastic.
Mason.
Thank you, Mason.
I watch. I'm present.
Well, what's interesting, and one thing that I'd like to announce first is that here soon, once we get the logistics a little bit better put together, we're going to be doing a special giveaway from us here at the CEN to you viewers at home. And while the details of that hasn't been finalized, I think it's going to end up being one of the new players' handbooks.
Yeah,
that we're going to ship to whoever wins. Go ahead, Ray, if you got something to.
Yeah, I was just gonna piggyback on you. We're really excited that we find ourselves at a place that we can do this, because this has been a passion project for all of us, and we were doing this because we love to play our games together, and we thought our stories would be fantastic to share to the world. So we've been toying around with this giveaway idea for a very long time, and we're finally finding ourselves in a place to do it. Stay tuned to our socials to find out when and where and how to enter into the contest. But I want to thank the 5 people watching on YouTube and the 4 people watching on Twitch. We have seen an exponential amount of growth lately, and that's from everyone here's hard work, from Mason's game to John and Dragonflight and Astria and our characters all. So thank you all for enjoying and following and subscribing, and thank you to you guys for helping tell our story.
And growing with us, definitely. And if anybody out there is interested in playing in a game with us, we do a number of one-shots where we need bodies to fill in seats on tables for people who want to do crazy things like fight the devil or play as dragons, or, I mean, I still have the Roll20 for when we did the Abyssal Royal Rumble way back
That was
when.
so much fun.
That was fun. We could do that again. That was fun.
That'd be great.
I have one-shots for days, guys.
Yeah.
And I love playing D&D. This is my hobby. This is how I decompress from all of my many studies.
Yes. And if there is something you think we'd be good at or you want to see us try our hand at, let us know and we'll gladly look into it and see if it's something we can do.
Oh yeah, talk to us in the comments. Love comments. We'll respond to comments.
Yeah.
But with that in mind, we are going to start doing this for Odyssey. Now, each of you, you've been working on your characters for no less than 5 months, ramping up for Odyssey. You know your characters, you know what they can do, you've thought about their motivations, you've thought about their fears. I've got rumors in the world about each and every one of you. But we are going to start. So, Odyssey of the Dragonlords, right? Odyssey of the Dragonlords is a mythic heroism campaign, and in all of your interviews, I asked you what mythic heroism means to you. I asked you, and I got some wonderful answers from you guys, some very well thought out answers, which if you want to check out, go ahead and look at those interview videos on our channel. But mythic heroism, in the sense of Odyssey of the Dragonlords, it says that Odyssey of the Dragonlords casts your players into the roles of mythic heroes who have been the subjects of dire prophecy. This prophecy pits a small band of mortals against the last of the Titans and promises an epic conflict that will forever reshape the world of Thylea. You have dealings with the gods. They're not always nice. They're jealous, capricious, cruel, generous, vengeful, kind, vicious, forgetful, thoughtless, lusty, selfish, passionate, and generally all too human in their ways. Thylea is a world where the gods walk among you. This isn't the Forgotten Realms where they are all-seeing entities in the sky. They're very much, you could walk down the street and run into the goddess of wisdom. And if you do, make good choices. Don't graffiti the wall. Looking at you.
I didn't do it. It was already there. They blames me.
But mythic heroes, really, your choices are going to shape the world no matter what it is that you do. And one of the most important things to keep in mind is that you guys are on the side of the settler. Thylea has 2 distinct sides to it. It has the settler races, which are the humans, the elves, the dwarves, the halflings, all the washed up races, and then you have the Fae, the natives of Thylea, the centaurs, the sirens, the nymphs, the native satyrs, the maenads, the goatlings, and all of their divine offspring. And during the old times in the player's guide that you all read, these 2 sides warred against each other. You are the heroes of the settler races and the 5 gods. The Twin Titans are the bad guys. You're going to have a lot of dealings with the Twin Titans. If at any point in time you feel like your character's inclination is to turn the tide and join the side of the Twin Titans, I will not take that player agency away from you, but you don't get to play your character anymore and then become a really badass boss for the party to face, because the party as a whole are the heroes of the other side of this war. Does that make sense to you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing I want to touch when I go into this campaign, is that there's a very distinct side that this campaign is based on you being on, right? And even though Big Daddy Sidon has some really good looking statues, as soon as this Oath of Peace is over, he wants to murder each and every one of you brutally for spectacle.
He can
Um,
try.
Back in the day when the Dragonlords first appeared, the Fae were hunting humans for sport, a la the what was it, the Greatest Game, right? Like it was a bad place when the Dragonlords got here, and that's what the Titans want the world to be like again. Obviously, there is a disconnect between what they want and what the people want. Because I don't know about you guys or your characters, but I would not like to be hunted by sport by someone who could run 150 feet every 6 seconds
No.
for
Fine,
8 hours straight.
Hmm.
Centaurs are real fast.
Yep.
Oh man.
So much so that whenever the settlers, I'll give you this bit of trivia for free. Whenever the settlers first came to Thylea, horses were not native, and so you can imagine the horror on the centaur's face when they see a janky-looking centaur in the distance who splits into two pieces from the top half and the bottom half. Right? Um, it's actually a real sore spot with centaurs. If you bring it up, they will get very angry with you.
I know what
I'll
I'm
tell
doing.
you that one for free.
They have
Um,
mounted proficiency.
but
Check.
another big part of this campaign is the concept of fame. Whatever you guys are going to be, it's a BioWare game. If you've ever played Mass Effect or Knights of the Old Republic, these are the guys who looked and said, you know what? Let's make the genophage. That's a good idea, right? Um, but what that ended up being is one of the most memorable storytelling tools that you've ever seen in modern video games. Everyone who's played a Mass Effect game has thought about the genophage and made a decision if they played through that game. Um, and there are world-shaping decisions like that in this campaign. Now, not so much that there's a good side and an evil side, because whatever you do will be seen as the heroic choice. The degree of heroism there is going to be what changes, because the settlers are going to say, hey, you guys did what you had to do, or they're going to say, hey, it was a real bad thing, but it was for the greater good. And that's a very sort of Greek mythology thought and standpoint for things. Because I mean, when you think about Greek mythology, the go-to is Jason in the Argonauts, where they were fleeing a group of soldiers. They decided the best course of action was to cut the king's son into little bitty pieces and throw him into the sea, because the king's soldiers chasing him would have to stop and pick up all the little bitty pieces of the son to properly bury him, which would buy them time to get away. Some screwed up things happen in the name of heroism in Greek mythology. So the idea of morals and things is a little different than it would be in a more traditional D&D sense. Does that make sense?
Loud and
Yeah.
clear.
While we're on that, there are some very uncomfortable truths to this campaign. This campaign, and I've talked about this with each of you individually, but there is, off the top of my head, cannibalism, torture, child murder. There is kidnapping, drugs, orgies, sex, um, uh, magical charms, brutal murder, genocide, a lot
Slavery.
of slavery, a lot of, I thought I said that, but yes, a lot of uncomfortable topics. And a big reason why I chose you all to play in Odyssey and we decided on this campaign is because I believe that we could role play through these situations in a mature manner, in a way that would tell a good story, that would be ultimately enjoyable, um, and not tasteless. With that being said, if anything does come up and it proves to be just a little too much, leaves a bad taste in your mouth, you can tell me. Or if your name is not Nost, you can do this with your hands, and I will know to stop.
Fair enough.
Nost, unfortunately, buddy, you don't get that option. You're going to actually have to say something. Or you can always send me a private message on Discord, a DM, of which you guys should all pull up on your computers because I'm about to have you DM me some stuff right now anyway, and I'm going to DM you some stuff.
Okay.
So just have that ready in a different tab or however it is that you use it. But if things get too uncomfortable or you need a break, we can take a break. If it's too much and you don't want to play through this, it brings up some trauma or something in your life that you didn't think about, you can tell me that too. There have been groups who have been faced with the choices in this campaign and they completely break up and never play D&D again, and I don't want that. Right? Everybody's been playing D&D here for at least 6 months. Most of us for a whole lot longer than that. Together. Not to say in general, but just as a group, we've been together for quite some time, guys. And so, if anything does prove too much, it would be much better for us to stop and take a breath and say, hey, look, let's talk about this or talk through this or change the pace of things rather than, harboring some invisible grudge because you didn't like something or anything like that. Does that all make sense?
Yep.
Yes.
Makes
Can I add
sense.
something? Can I add something real quick? Just to clarify, I would assume that this would be an understood idea, but I feel like it needs to be said anyway. We are all friends. Our objective is for us to have fun together. We're not going to get pissed off if you have difficulty with something. Say it. I don't want to be playing a game and to be enjoying it at your expense. And I don't think anyone else here feels that way either.
Very well said.
Or feels. You know what I meant. So, yeah. If there's anything that comes up, I agree, John. Let's share it. Let's get that out there.
Yeah. I would rather have an uncomfortable 30 minutes where we have some talks about some things and work through a problem than for someone to have an uncomfortable 3 months and never play with them again.
Yep. And that being said, we've also been playing together for a very long time.
Yeah.
We know what jokes to make with each other.
Yeah. Well, the big thing is this campaign deals with some things that most of the time at tables I call a complete no-go, right? Um, and this campaign visits upon those things. I know what you guys like and don't like. You know what I like and don't like. And I can definitely pull the veil and the black screen down. But I wouldn't want to cut those major points of decision out because those points of decision give you the opportunity to rise into such incredible acts of heroism, right? There is a very active slave market, and nobody likes slavery, but the fact that it exists gives you the opportunity to free the slaves, if that's the way that you want to go. You don't have to go that route, but if you feel compelled that that's what your character would want to do, you now have that opportunity. And there's also the great choices of, oh, well, I need this guy's help, but he's kind of a piece of shit. Do I help him, or is he too shitty for me to help? Because in the world, no one's ever really good or evil. They are just different shades of gray. But with that, I think I can go ahead and move forward, unless anybody has anything else they'd like to add on that. During the session zero, if you have something to say while I'm rambling on, feel free to say, John, shut the fuck up and let me talk, or hey, I want to add something, because we're in this together. I don't want to be the only one filling up the airtime.
Mhm.
There's also sometimes where he'll forget something or mean to say something and doesn't. And since we've all been playing with him for so long, we all kind of know what was meant to be said, what he means, or hey, usually your potions are a bonus action. Did you really mean, so he's pretty good about, oh yeah, I did mean that. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
My 2-year-old touched my computer. Hold on. My notes are wrong.
Yeah.
Odyssey
Yep.
just crashed.
Yep. With that, the other big concept in this, and it's from the player's guide, is the idea of oaths and curses. Oaths are not made easily. Um, People generally don't make oaths because they are enforced by the Furies, these great mythological beings that cow even gods and titans into obeying their word. So your words have power. Your words have extreme power, and curses are very real and will kill your character if you're careless. Right? You could do the wrong thing. You can make a bad choice, and it will be very obvious it's a bad choice, mind you. Um, and 2 weeks later, you're now a Medusa, turning people to stone and eating people. and then you no longer have that character, and we have to move forward in some other direction. Um, I'm not going to trick you with curses, not often. There will always be hints, as usual, but curses and oaths are a big deal in Thylea, so much so that even gods and kings are bound by their words. The whole concept of the campaign is that there is an oath of peace, and it's coming to an end. And this oath of peace has kept the Titans and the five gods from open warfare for 500 years from one agreement. So, have I flogged that deceased equestrian enough? Have I beaten that dead horse?
Yeah.
I believe so.
All right. Okay, let's go into this document here. Perhaps you are a new DM or you're a soul-sucked veteran. Yeah, that's me. Always forget one topic to cover in session 0. Blah, blah, blah. Checklist. Rules is written. Yeah, whatever. Okay. All right, so now I'm on the session 0 document. First up, it talks about earning XP. As far as our rules for XP, you don't get any. We're doing milestones. Easy enough. And as far as how often you get your milestones, everyone who's played as this campaign has assured me that the milestones are way too far apart and not at all fair. So you get to go into the game knowing that and expecting that. We are starting this campaign at level 3 instead of at level 1. So every encounter in the book has been changed. Every single one of them to fit level 3 characters rather than level 1 characters. Also, you guys had voted that you wanted custom stats as a fair exchange for a buff to the monsters, and you wanted the talents rule as a fair exchange as a buff to the monsters, and you wanted to exchange your talents for a second subclass for most of you. So you guys are coming into this campaign with a whole lot of power on your end. Let's see. XP, not getting any. Not a single one. Player behavior, game behavior, and demon expectations. Alcohol. Okay, so alcohol, narcotics. We're all adults. You can do whatever it is that you want to do. If at any point your use of such things cause you to be an unpleasant person to play with, I'm not going to play with you anymore. At first, I will mute your mic. If it continues to be disruptive, then we will not play this game with you anymore. And that's that. Is that straightforward enough?
Sounds good.
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. I trust you to be a responsible adult because you're all over 18. Cell phones, digital devices, electronic devices. I think that for this game in particular, it would be very helpful if all of you used your computers. I just think that that would make everything a whole lot more streamlined for us to play this game.
Can I get a producer's exception? Because there's some stuff I have to do to communicate with you guys. I have to use the phone because I can't use the programs.
Oh, yeah. I think it would be helpful for you all to use your computers and your cell phones and digital devices to communicate rather than writing things down on pen and paper. Yeah. Like I said, we're adults. Handle your stuff. If, for any reason, you're playing Minecraft on the other screen and you're not paying attention and you miss something important, then you're just going to miss it. Nobody took the keen mind feat. Nobody remembers things perfectly for 30 days. So that ship has sailed.
The owl
Your
bear will
notes are
kill
your
you.
responsibility. Player attention's the next one. There we go. Disruptive topics. So, real life topics like religion, politics, porn, sex, or sports. Okay, at your table. Well, we kind of talked about that, and this is an ancient Greek. I will tell you straight up that this campaign contains religion, politics, porn, sex, and sports. Yeah. So, talking about real world, let's keep that to outside of the table. We are on a stream, and try and keep things rated at a stream level when we discuss these things. Right? No turning your enemies into eunuchs and using that as an improvised weapon. No. Yeah, PG-13ish is a good way to put that. I don't care if you're proficient; it's not going to happen.
See, but now he's thinking about it.
The one thing that I will say just does not happen in any of my tables is it rhymes with grapes, and that's because the bad guys are pretty bad guys, but that doesn't even occur to them to do that. So it's not going to happen, and you're not allowed to do it. Anything else, we can kind of get through. But full-on violent grapes of wrath, not going to happen. Unannounced dice rolls. This is a pretty extensive list. Unannounced dice rolls. If you roll a dice and it's well, let me just start this off with a story. Once upon a time, I had a player, and this player, as a nervous tick, would roll his dice every 5 seconds, and he would do this over and over and over again until he rolled a nat 20. At which point he would say, "Hey, I was rolling my stealth check and I got a nat 20." The people watching this stream will know that's bullshit if you play that game. I will know it's bullshit if you play that game. And if I have to, I will say that, hey, you rolled without me asking for a roll. It doesn't count. Re-roll it. I reserve that right as the DM. With that in mind, a lot of times we've been playing together for a while. If your plan is to roll a stealth check and you roll one stealth check, or you accidentally click twice and say, hey, I accidentally clicked the button twice, but we're going to use the first roll. I just did it ahead of time to save some time. That's okay. Just keep in mind that this is a role-playing game. And one of the great things about role-playing games is sometimes you role-play so well that you don't need to make a dice roll. You will succeed. If you give a rousing Braveheart speech, I'm probably not going to ask for a persuasion check at the end. Now, if you give a rousing Braveheart speech and then you finish that speech with, okay, DM, what do I need to roll now? Oof. Well, you kind of just wasted everybody's time, because if the dice generator decides that you're going to roll a nat 1, well, that speech was wasted. So you can talk yourself out of good role playing, and likewise, you can describe things so well that I'm not even going to ask you for a roll. You're just going to succeed. Right? If the rogue, who has expertise in lockpicking, picks up a basic bitch lock and unlocks that lock 1,000 times, I'm not going to make you roll that check 1,000 times. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Makes sense to me.
That's pretty fair.
All right. Next, dice rolls against one another. As a general rule, I don't care how good the bard's persuasion check is. You cannot use your skills to affect the other players. We're going to use this meta suspension of disbelief, right? Because I, as the DM, create the entire world, and I don't take away your player agency. I'm not going to let one of you take away someone else's player agency, because nobody likes to be told what to do. Nobody is in the army currently. Some of us have been in the army previously, didn't like being told what to do. Some of us have been working in places and told what to do, and that's not pleasant either. So if it is perfectly okay with consent to say, okay, well, that's a pretty convincing argument you've made, Brontes. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check to see if my character, Eritrea, thinks that that's a good idea, right? Because at that point, that's consensual, and I'm okay with consent, right? If you guys agree to let the dice adjudicate something between you two, that's fine. But the player in question has control of their character, because I control the entire world except for your character, and you control nothing in the entire world except for your character. And I'm not going to give that to someone else. With that in mind, when it comes to spells like mind control, I have on occasion gotten completely unsubstantiated allegations of dragging players into secret chat and bribing them with magic items and gold to role play being mind controlled very well. There is no evidence of that ever happening. But if it does, I have heard that there are DMs who reward their players for role-playing mind control very well, because charm spells do exist in the world. That's just part of it. You've got them, other people have them too. Player versus player. As far as PvP, if you've got an incredibly strong character that excels at picking people up and beating people with people, or you have some other talent of yours like throwing things really, really far and you decide you want to use that on the resident halfling, player versus player contact is forbidden. You're not allowed to do it. It's just not going to work. You say, oh, well, I rolled a nat 20 on my grapple check. I'm going to say I didn't ask for that dice roll. You're not allowed to grapple that player unless that player wants you to. Now, if Guild says, okay, well, roll an athletics check to see if you can grapple me while I try to acrobatics my way out of this, well, then that now becomes a consented upon player versus player dice roll, and that's fine. Same thing goes for pickpocketing or things like that. In general, you guys, it's a team game, and you should strive to work towards working together as a team rather than against each other. I have been accused, once again, completely unsubstantiated, of running really hard games. And Odyssey is the hardest of them all. The entire world is trying to kill you. Not me, not the GM, because I don't subscribe to the GM versus player toxic mentality that there is. However, the world that I represent in a perfectly balanced way absolutely wants to kill you. And the only people in the world who want to stop that from happening are the 5 of you. So, if you try to play an edgelord who always looks for a corner to go brood in, every room's going to be circular. That's all I'm saying.
He's done it. You think he's kidding? He's done it. I've seen him do it.
Fair enough.
I go find
All
a
right.
corner to brood in. The room is circular. There are no corners. What?
I do
I've
want to
seen him
add
do
on
it.
to this that John, your games are hard, but
Yes.
I like the way that I've always described it, where you are like being in a From Software game. It's hard, but it's freaking rewarding. Like they're the grind might be hard, but the reward is there.
Thank you. Thank you.
second
I've lost 2 players. Oh no.
Oh, that might be minor child emergency. Are we good? We good?
There's one. Welcome back.
You good?
Yeah, no, it just getting hot in the studio. Had opened the door.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Is Brian still able to hear us? I know he's away from his screen. Okay.
I
Yes.
think he had his headset on. Yeah.
All right. PC secrets. If you want to keep a secret from your other players, that's up to you about your character. If you want me to keep a secret from the other players, tell me that you want to keep it a secret because I will blab. I will gladly. I am so proud of each and every one of your characters. I have been bragging about how clever and interesting these characters are to anyone who will listen to me. So if there's something that you plan to be a secret, you need to let me know. Because I, much like the over affectionate father that does or does not exist somewhere in my house, I brag about everything. So if it needs to be a secret, let me know. If you want to try and use like skill rolls to suss out the secrets, once again, it comes down to player consent. Otherwise, your dice mean nothing compared to player agency. Let's see. Player expectations, types, goals, and diversity. Everybody has an idea of how everyone else plays because we've played games together before. Let's see. Everyone brings min max PCs to the table. Your characters are just about as strong as you can make them. And that's why you have the Blood of Heroes. Player discomfort. If you're uncomfortable and your name isn't nosed, make a big X with your arms or send me a message. If your name is nosed, you can only send me a message. I'm not going to retcon the story whenever things get uncomfortable, but we will move past it. I once ran out of the abyss without a single spider. They just had cows. So there's that. Player agency, I've talked about that. Game balance and fairness. My games are hard. I am adult enough to admit that. My games can be very hard. The monsters know what they're doing, and I play them to their stat blocks. They have successfully, if they're a meat eater, they have successfully killed something every 3 days for the entirety of their life, just about. Maybe even more often than that. And you are made out of meat. And they will be played by something that is very good at killing things. If you're fighting against a retinue of soldiers that have been in 7 wars against those Damaresians, they're going to be really good at fighting those Damaresians. Damn Parisians. Ugh. Think they're so good at everything. With that in mind, not everything in the world is your level. There are certain situations you're in where you will be a level 4 character face to face with an ancient dragon. It should be fairly obvious as experienced D&D players that that is a fight you cannot win. If you pick that fight, you will be rolling for stats very soon. Or the campaign might end, depending on how things go. The whole world is not balanced to your level. This isn't WoW. If you pick fights that are impossible, I will maybe try to warn you, depending on how often or how long it's gone. But make good choices. Make smart choices.
It's okay to run away.
It is okay to run away, and sometimes that's expected. Rules debates. As a general rule for rules debates, the way that I handle that is, did you tell John about it? Oh, okay. Okay. Rules debates. So rules debates. If I make a ruling on 5th edition D&D and you don't like it, I'm really good at looking things up. We can take a minute to look it up. If after a minute I haven't found the answer, we're going to go with my way because I'm the DM. And even though we're all equals here, you all have collectively decided that I'm in charge for this game. And that's the way that it is. If I get it wrong, I won't retcon, but I will rule it differently for next time. I have not run into a situation where I haven't found the rules online within that minute timeline, but it could happen maybe. But we've all got a pretty good handle of the rules, and in the past, everyone's kind of rolled with the punches with things because, in general, I tend to rule in your favor and not mine. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay,
right.
spotlight sharing. Don't be a spotlight hog. Everyone has their chance to shine in the sun. If someone's talking, try not to interrupt. I know that's hard to do on Discord because of lag and just because of the nature of online communications. But everybody's here to have fun. Everybody's here to have their characters be the big damn heroes together. So let everyone be big damn heroes together. I don't think I need to touch any more on that. I see people nodding, so we're going to go forward. Meta knowledge. So, in the past, unfoundedly, I have been accused of granting negative inspiration meta knowledge dice to players who were unfairly acting with meta knowledge. There is no recordings of this. There is no video evidence of this. That has never happened on camera ever. So I don't know where those are coming from.
I have the audio recording of that actually.
However, I don't think it's a bad idea.
D20 was a little ridiculous.
As far, well, you should have learned whenever it was a D4. But with that in mind, your characters have a certain level of meta knowledge because they are characters in the world, and you can always, at any point, stop the game and say, "Hey, what would Guile know about this?" And I'll tell you what Guile knows about this, or what, because while we may visit this world once a week, your characters have lived in this world for 30, 50, 100, 500 years. 8,000? You know, you've lived in this world. They live in this world, rather, and we just visit it. So it goes to logic that your characters would know some things about this world that you may not know. And if at any point you're questioning would they know this or would they not know this, well then you can ask me and we can talk about that. And that's going to go back to things like your background, your epic path, your backstory, your race, right? None of you are an undersea race. So if you say, what do I know about the layout of the undersea kingdom at the bottom of Tralala Bay? Well, probably not a whole lot.
One undersea kingdom.
Other than it exists, maybe. However, if one of you were to ask me about the mineral composition of the rocks in the hills next to Astoria, well, then I have to come up with a whole lot of information really quickly to answer that because they would know that.
Nerd.
When it comes to things like, oh, do trolls regenerate? Re- Trolls and fire. I'm not going to make you pretend like you don't know that trolls are damaged by fire, right? It's pretty common knowledge in the world that if you're in trouble with the troll, set it on fire. If you cut off a hydra's head, it's going to grow two back. Things like that. Satyrs like to charm people. Those aren't really so much meta knowledge as it is. But once again, if there's that line and you don't know if you're crossing between meta knowledge and not meta knowledge, by all means ask me. Now, when it comes to, oh, I know this thing has a 10-foot reach and it has a +8 to hit, and my armor class is this. If your character starts talking like this, I might give you a meta warning or say, oh, that's pretty meta discussion of you, right? I don't care if you guys discuss your hit points, like, oh, I've got 12 hit points left, because that just saves your breath of saying, oh, well, on a scale of 1 to 67, I would feel like I'm at about a 12 right now. Hit points are an abstract concept we use to describe the damage thresholds of different characters and their toughness. It's not a perfect system, it's the one that we have. I don't care if you give each other your hit point totals, but whenever you start discussing things like, oh, plus to hit, or, oh,
How
this
many
guy
dice
can't
would
hit my
that
armor
do?
class, yeah, dice and things like that. Let's try and rein it back to a role play discussion, because the dice and all are just abstract concepts of, oh, the troll isn't rolling 40-10 to hit you. It picked up a tree branch and is swinging around so quickly that it's hard to dodge. And the way that we adjudicate that with it is with dice and numbers and such. But um, does that all make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Min-maxing. Do it. Do it as good as you can. Build for apocalyptics. Character party fit. All of your characters fit. You are all heroes of the five gods and the settlers. If you turn to the Titan side, you lose your character. I already said that. Murder hobos. You absolutely have the opportunity to kill everyone you meet in this game. Might not work. If you kill every NPC you meet, you're going to lose out on a lot of stories, because as a true Bioware game, there are a lot of NPCs that join your team. Later on, you're going to unlock the B team list, which are a set of NPCs that follow you and help you accomplish your goals. Um, but if you choose to be murder hobos, you're not really going to get anything out of it, because there's no XP in this game, and you're going to miss out on a lot. But ultimately, up to you guys' choice what you decide as a party. Be respectful of each other, communicate effectively, don't be a jerk, and as always, rule of cool trumps all. You know how I DM. Player absences. Um, Spin-off B Team Adventures. Now that would be an interesting one-off. You know, Corinna the Ranger and oh, what's Lorius the Satyr and Folon the Centaur going off to go do something. That'd be pretty cool. Um, And now that you said spin-off adventures, there are a good series of one-shots where you're going to go and revisit important points in Thylea's timeline, and you're not going to play as your characters for those episodes or those short adventures, and that's just the way it is. They're designed to be fun. Um, Also, at specific points in the story, you're going to go back and revisit your dragons and see what happens to them next,
Ooh.
Okay.
because it might be important. Um, Conversely, um, if, for instance, you have one character who is particularly broody and likes to go run off into the woods at night, I may or may not have that player ambushed by 4 wolves. And look, there's 4 of you guys.
Gale.
And I may or may not say, whoever kills Brontes wakes up with 50 gold pieces and a magic item. That would be completely unfounded.
Okay, guys, don't split the party.
Um, but if, by all means, I know that your characters would have these opportunities where they're dealing with this heavy stuff and they encounter some things by themselves or in smaller groups, and I will absolutely recruit the players who are sitting out of those scenes to run the monsters.
Ooh.
So like that wolf thing is one example. There are countless other examples. Also, we have skill challenges. We visited them before. I will announce to you your skill challenges, the available skills, and as always, the rules for skill challenges is you can't do the same skill 2 times in a row, and no two players can use the same skill in the same round. So if this turn Guile uses Deception, Brontes cannot use Deception, and Guile cannot use Deception next round. Pet peeves. Don't be a dick.
I'm just
No,
role playing.
Let's see. Pet peeves. We're using digital dice. I really don't like when people use the phrase overpowered. Breaks my heart every time. That's my pet peeve.
Overkill is
Yeah.
underrated.
I
Overkill's
feel
fine.
like I'm underpowered.
I don't see how.
He'll find a way. He'll show you.
What?
I would like to use power word yeet.
Yeah, right.
Or yeet.
Power word yeet. A spell made by the halflings. Player absences. That's where we were. Player absences.
Great
If one
instrument.
person misses, we'll continue on without them as long as that person's name isn't Raymond Hickey. If that person's name is Raymond Hickey, we will pre-record the session or record the session and post it later, I guess.
We'll post-record the session.
We will record the session and post it later with our resident post-production team.
And who's really in charge here, John?
Yeah.
So, no, that's why I put that one meme in the group chat. It's Ray. Ray's in charge. Ray's got the kill switch.
Player narrative authority. If you decide that your character is from the town of Hop Hop, congratulations. Point to the map and tell me about Hop Hop. Tell me what it is and deal with it. If you guys visit Astoria, I'm very much going to look at the character who's from Astoria and I'm going to say, so, what's your favorite restaurant? And that place now exists. And you're going to run with it.
Keep that in mind.
If you're an Arisian, you're going to make up Arisia because the campaign book as itself only tells me 4 locations. Everywhere else in the world is made up by me and the wonderful Discord community. You'll let me go ahead. I'm going to move you guys to the world map so you can see things. You'll actually see where I typed in like 4 or 5 extra cities. These were invented by the Discord community to flesh out the world of Thylea even more than it already is. Mios, Zandaria, Pythoria, Velania, and Minos, as well as somewhere it's even rumored that there is the dreaded and terrible Cucumber Island. Let's see.
I've heard of that. Cucumbersaurus is the great alpha predator of that island.
Yeah, something like that. But with that in mind, if you are going to miss and you feel comfortable with somebody whose name isn't Rose running your character for you, and you two agree upon it, they will run your character. If not, you will succumb to the unfortunate adventurer's narcolepsy. The side effect of rapid consumption of healing potions is every so often your character passes out and inexplicably, in an undetermined time later, regains consciousness with all of his friends unharmed. Give me that suspension of disbelief, because that's just the way it is. Oh, because you're already running 3 characters.
Oh, okay.
Because it's
I was like,
you,
wait a minute.
and then your background gives you a sidekick, and you have a familiar. That's why, not Rose.
Okay, got it. I'm at my max. Got it.
You're already running 3 characters.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute.
It's like attunement slots.
Yeah, I have too many characters attuned. That's a good way to put it.
Let's see. Ethics. Don't be a dick. There are difficult things. We talked about that. Character creation. We talked about that. Talked about races.
Class.
Your characters are already made. I'm sorry?
I just passed the ethics class.
Yep. Let's see. Game style. Type of game. This is what's referred to as a gated sandbox. So you're given a tiny area, and then when you accomplish certain tasks, that area gets bigger and bigger and bigger, just like any BioWare game. Campaign length, level 1 through 20, and then 20 plus with your choice. As an adventurer, you have the blood of adventurers. You guys heal faster than normal people, which explains why you can be stabbed 14 times a day and still have kidneys. After just sleeping for 8 hours. Once again, willing suspension of disbelief, right? I'm not going to explore lingering wounds too much unless there's a particular reason for it. In-game politics and factions, we talked about the two big factions. There are the Twin Titans who want to end the world, and you who want the world not to end. Other than that, there is a wonderful 50-page book that you all have read because you all assured me that you have read it.
Yep.
Background feats and mounts, we talked about all those. If you can find your way to a mount, if you buy a mount, you can get a mount. Elephants are native to Thylea, horses or not. We talked about the rules for that. Snacks, gaining inspiration. Use your inspiration. It is worth it. Inspiration in this game will be used normally. So, if you want to use inspiration, you have to say, I'm using inspiration on this roll, and you get to roll at advantage.
Okay.
We will be using the luck points, or the luck point system as a bigger bonus, as well as the fate point system. So some monsters in the world are fated monsters, and they will be described as such. And whichever one of you defeats that monster will get a fate point, which lets you write the campaign. Rewrite things, change the world. You could use it to trade it in for a magic item of some sort. Fate points are incredibly powerful, very rare, and they are always bonus objectives. They are not mandatory to get.
I love that system so much.
Gale can't kill anything.
Technically, his weapon is technically you. So, I mean...
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Let's see. Moving from this, critical hits we're doing naturally with the rolls of roll 20. But they're all programmed on your sheets if you've got special ones. Advantage, disadvantage, and ability checks. So for this game, the big change. Livers, on the other hand, that's funny. Let me go back to my notes because we're finished with that one. Good document. I feel like a lot of things were cut. Let's see. Point by stats. Everyone did their point. No, not point by. Rolled stats. Everyone got their array and applied it or didn't. We've talked about that. Potions are maxed. They are a bonus action for you to use on yourself. They are an action for you to use on someone else. You all started with extra stuff. Monsters know what they're doing. Fights are hard. Not everything's your level. Run away. I have 3 rumors about your character. Have a backup character in mind. You don't have to build it, but just have it in mind because you can and probably will die. It is a very hard campaign, and if you make bad choices, you will die. As always, give me feedback. I will be sending out my feedback surveys at the appropriate time at session 20, 40, 60, and 80. Yep. Let's see. We talked about DM Fiat. We talked about in combat discussions only last about 6 seconds. I will cut you off if I need to. I don't time it exactly 6 seconds, but the rounds are 6 seconds, so you won't be able to have a 10-minute dissertation and argument with somebody. All of you start with a basic bitch healing potion. Let's see, crits. I reserve the right to roll secret saves for your characters, for diseases, for curses. I will also be rolling your death saves privately. You won't see them, so you won't know. Yeah. If you impress me with role playing or descriptions, I award inspiration. If you impress me with descriptions in combat, there is a cinematic +2 bonus that you can get for being creative. From the DMG, the climb on the bigger creature rule is in effect. Marking a creature rule is in effect. If you're curious, open your DMG and look, or Google it. But all of the optional rules, the exception is flanking. For flanking, we're going to be handling things a little different this time. Flanking does not give advantage. Flanking gives a +2, and it stacks with itself. That way, if you completely surround somebody, it gives you a big bonus, and it also makes abilities that give you advantage more important, I feel.
Oh, so we're doing like Pathfinder.
A little bit. But flanking gives a +2. Let's see, we are doing max hit points is what you voted for. Non-magical ammo is not tracked as long as it's not blatantly obvious that you're out, like you've been sent to jail, you've been robbed, it's been destroyed. I assume that you refill your ammo and repair and make your ammunition during your rests, and you should too. Um, Outside of very specific um, times. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
With that in mind, if I say, "Hey, you're out of ammunition," there's a reason, and it could just be that little bastard that you ran into in town took it all.
Or it
Could
might
be.
be a big hint to the circumstances we're in.
Yep. Magical ammo you do have to keep track of. Your +1 arrows and things like that. Rule of zero runs the table. We all know that. We are playing on Fridays. Surprise, surprise. During our normal time. Selling and shopping is handled via the Discord in the shop channel. There is a post format, and you will fill out that post format with what you're buying, what you're selling in between, and on the Discord. That way, we don't have to dedicate episodes to shopping time. There are modifiers based on the storekeeper's perceptions and opinions on you. For example, if you insult Sidon to the Sidonite shopkeeper, they're going to be less inclined to give you a discount no matter how much you talk up to them. Right? In this world, worshipping Sidon and Lutheria is a common thing. They're bad guys to you, but to the normal Joe Blow, they don't think about that. Lutheria is the cool aunt that gives you wine at the party and encourages you to go party and have sex. And Sidon is like the super Chad champion of victory, who's in charge of like the ocean and like lightning storms, and he's real cool,
Oh, we
right?
talk together.
Yeah. Um, so there's that. As far as monsters, we are using the harvesting rules from Hamud's Harvesting Handbooks, number 1, 2, and 3, and his Herbalism Handbook for monster parts. From that, any toolkit that you got from your background or your starting class, you can trade for proficiency in a harvesting kit. If you're a ranger, which one of you are, you automatically get proficiency in a harvesting kit added to it. The way that these rules work is depending on the creature that you're trying to harvest parts from, you make a specific knowledge check, and then you make a specific type of harvesting check, which can be sacrificed for your proficiency in harvesting tools. And based on the size, it takes a certain amount of time. You roll the check, and your check dictates what and how many pieces you get, and it has a list of the different values of these pieces. What are basilicized worth? Can they be used to make? Things like that. Hmm. Pardon. We will be using Xanathar's rules for downtime. Pretty standard for 5th edition.
Mhm.
Once per round in combat, you can make a knowledge check as a free action. But what you get on that knowledge check is what you get. So if you say, "Can I roll a history check to see what I know about this monster?" I will say, "Yeah, go ahead." But if you roll a 5, you don't know fuck. You don't know fuck all about that monster. You didn't study it, and you can't repeat that check. Um, and while we're talking about skill checks, by nature of 5th edition, as a big group of people, you all can just effectively try every skill check over and over and over, one at a time, until you succeed, and I don't like that. So, whenever you as a group decide to do a skill check, choose the best person, and that person gets to roll. If you are proficient in a skill, you may help them to grant advantage on a roll. If you're not proficient, you can't help. Um, if that person fails, then it's a failure. If you try again, you can try again, and it'll be at disadvantage. Hello, Delta V5.
That joined us on our Discord.
V5. Fantastic. Good to have you. But that is the rule for skill checks. Any questions?
Yes. So actually, if we're picking who's the best, do we have to do it in a non-meta way? Like, we can't look at each other's character sheet and go, "Oh, well, Ozai adds a +5 to this intelligence check, but Eritrea is really good at nature." Like, do we have to just go, "Okay, well, Eritrea is the ranger and uses a bow. She'd be better at it than maybe, Gale." Like, do we have to do it
Eritrea
in character, or is it a
in character, and as
void?
far as when you're talking on the thing, I would prefer if you talked in character more than out of character as much as possible. because that makes things really confusing for me. And your characters will sometimes say the wrong thing,
Okay.
and that's okay. But back to the skill check thing, it would be, oh well, I've studied a lot about nature. You wouldn't be able to say, oh, I've got a +5. Ozias, do you have higher than a +5? Oh, I've got a +6. That's too meta for me.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure of because I know you were talking about
But
meta,
you
so I wanted
could
to make
say,
sure.
but you could say, oh, I've got training in nature. I could give it a shot. And Ozai says, oh, well, I've got training in nature. And Eritrea, I'm a lot smarter than you.
That's pretty fair. That's pretty logical answer, though.
I think Ozias
It's the
is the only one
same
who can get away with
conversation, but
saying
it's
that.
not taken meta. Do you know what I mean?
Gotcha. I just wanted to make sure.
And handling it that way also opens the door for more role play. And that's what we're here for, is the role play. I want you guys to role play in camp. I don't want it to just be a big bag of mechanics. Because I'm not an Xbox. I'm not just here for fancy math calculation.
I was gonna say you didn't just code all that for though.
I have been coding for weeks.
Coded like an Xbox.
But we're going to get to those rules in a second. Let's see. Flanking is a +2. We will be using Glyph's potions and his refillable potions that are dice sized. When you guys come to those, I will post up the rules for those. But effectively, the Glyph potion bottle is a potion that doesn't run out. Every time you drink from it, you roll a d12. And if you roll a 1 or a 2, if you roll any number except a 1 over 2, it stays full. If you roll a 1 or a 2, that dice turns to a d10, then a d8, then a d6, then a d4. And then from a d4, it gets empty. To fill those, it takes, I think, 10 potions. So they're very expensive to fill back up and replenish those dice size. But they can last effectively the entire campaign that way. They are more expensive. They are very rare, but they exist. Does that make sense? Whenever you receive an item, you'll notice on some of your character sheets, the very first thing on the right-hand side before it starts listing your racial abilities is a section for your items, and those have descriptions. I will add those descriptions there. So it'll be a reference on your character sheet as well. Looking at your character sheets, each of you has your class resources tracked individually. Don't change where those are because the macros and API scripts are relied on those positions. The red text boxes are broken down first by items, then by race, then by background, then class, then subclass. Don't rearrange those either. If there's an @ sign in front of something with a number, that means that you get that ability at that level. So @6 means you don't get that ability until at level 6. Does that track?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Fantastic. Let's see. We already talked about our sources, but for everyone at home watching this, all public sources were okay. All Unearthed Arcanas were okay. Third-party publishers must be passed through me, but except for my general blanket approvals for Kobold Press, 2C Gaming, Kibble's Tasty, Laser Llama, and Dragonix. They are using talents from the Dragonix book. They are using supernatural gifts from the Mythic Odysseys of Theros book. They are using dark gifts from the Van Richten's book. And should they qualify for them, there are transformations from the Grim Hollow series. That's the other one, Ghostfire. All right. Does that all make sense?
Yep.
Moving on, going to your character sheet and on the Roll20 inside the Journal tab, it is very full for you. You will notice that they have shops, they have allies, they have a mission tracker, they have player handouts. Those are all pretty straightforward. You have a calendar with a Thylean calendar on it. It tells you some very important things. One, today is the 2nd of Thyleon in 499 AD. AD stands for After Dragonlords. Each month has exactly 30 days. The moon is always new on the 1st. The moon is always full on the 16th. In there, you'll notice that the months are broken down into groups of 3. That's because there are 4 seasons. You are in a Mediterranean climate, so it's usually temperate and fair-weathered. It gets a little cold in the wintertime. Moving further down, You will notice light, spell effects, the all-seeing eye for one of you, and then PCs. In the PCs, you have a section called Fame. This has the Fame table. As your fame increases, your Fame table will get higher. Let's look at the Fame table. You can read that on your own time, not on my time. But as you get more and more famous, people treat you better because people love famous people. Right now, your fame is 0 out of 20. Underneath the fame table, you'll see the bank vault. That is for the communal players fund. Right now, it is 0.
Broke ass.
Yep. You'll see next, you each have a player's journal with custom art of your character on Greek pottery for each of you. That is for you to put your character's journal entries as they progress from a first-person perspective. If you do it, there will be boons. If you don't do it, there will be not boons for you, and that won't feel good. I've also given you each an epic path section that is available for each of you. It has more custom art of your character, and it has your 2 epic paths put together into an informational area.
That's
Any questions about that stuff?
I just wanted to reiterate that I have no problem keeping track of party loot, by the way, too, guys. For those of you that aren't savvy with organizing, I have no problem doing it if you guys don't want to.
Okay.
I'm okay with that, yeah.
Yeah.
Under that, you have your individual character sheets. You can look at everyone else's character art as well. And then there is a summon section, and each section is broken down by your character's names. That is where your familiars, your followers, your mounts, and all of their character sheets will be kept. At the very bottom, you will see something that says AoE control token. That is broken, but don't touch it. As far as special macros and stuff, if you, going back to the main page, click on your tokens, you will see that each of your tokens has this fancy green aura. I would point your eyes to Eritrea. If Eritrea were to take 25 points of damage, you would note right now, you will notice that her aura turns from green to yellow, from yellow to red, and then from red to dead. That is your hint as a character that that character is being damaged. As far as exact information, the most I will give you about a monster is, oh, how's this monster looking? Oh, he's bloodied. Oh, he's not bloodied. Because monsters have auras too. And it's also a pretty good way for you to gauge the strength of a monster. If you deal 40 points of damage to a monster and he's still green, that's a pretty tough guy. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Whenever you click your tokens, you're going to see some things pop up in the top left. Those are called token actions. Death save. That's a button to roll a death save where only I can see it. Initiative will roll initiative. Initiative ADV rolls it at advantage if you have advantage. Disadvantage if you have disadvantage. Saves. If you click on a token and you click saves, it's going to ask you some questions about what save you want to roll. It'll roll it for your token from there rather than your character sheet. Skills does the same things. Use Inspire is a very important macro for everybody. If Brontes, your bard, gives you Bardic Inspiration, he has a special button on his macro bar that says Brontes Inspire. If you click Brontes Inspire, it's going to ask you for a target. If you click a target, it will spend one of your Bardic Inspirations from your character sheet and give it to that person. That person can then, on their token, hit that Use Inspire button, and it's going to use that Bardic Inspiration and add it to a roll. Automatically rolling whatever size Bardic Inspiration dice you have based on your level.
Excellent.
That's part of why I told you guys like 2.5 weeks ago you're not allowed to change your names anymore. Because I don't want to recode all that stuff. Let's see. As far as token actions, who else has one special? Guile, you have a special token action called Eldritch Blast. You can guess what that does.
Eldritch Blast.
You have another one called Wild Surge. That will roll on the 300 option Wild Surge table that I programmed for you individually.
Thank you, John.
Go ahead and give us a wild surge real quick, because you're going
Alright.
to see something. Per the Laser Llama's rules for the wild magic surge, the first thing it's going to do is roll a d10. So, in that instance, you see it rolled an 8 on the d10. When you roll the d10, if the number on the dice is equal to the spell level that you cast it at, so if you cast a 3rd level spell, you're looking for a 3 in that box and the wild magic surge happens. If you cast a 1st level spell, you're looking for a 1 in that box. If that happens and that number matches whatever number it is you're looking for based on the spell level, that particular wild magic surge happens. And there are 300 options.
Cool.
Your class gains what is it, Tides of Chaos or something like that, where you can start throwing out advantage on things.
Yes.
And that's going to be really useful because advantage is harder to get this time around without the flanking rules. All right. Any questions else about the roll 20? If you get curious and you want to look at tables and things, you can. Whatever you do, do not open your macros because then they will stop working. If you don't know what that means, that's good. That means you can't mess it up.
So,
Does that track?
Pretty straightforward, yeah.
so John, when I use Tides of Chaos and you have me do a surge, are we still looking for a number there? If so, is that decided in the moment, or because you
Let's
can
see. When you can manipulate the force of chance to gain advantage on. So when you use Tides of Chaos, you gain advantage on an attack roll. You cannot use that ability again until you have a wild magic surge. But every time you get a wild magic surge, you get to recharge Tides of Chaos and give yourself advantage on any roll.
Right. It's like anytime before you regain the use of this feature, the DM can have you roll on the Wild Magic Surge table and immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell 1st or higher.
Yep. So naturally, that the D10 rule that's programmed into the macro, that is the basic. You're going to make a wild magic surge just from casting magic, right?
Right.
Every time you cast a spell, you got to do that surge table, and 1/10 of the time or 2/10 of the time, it's going to happen. Furthermore, you can choose. I'm going to let you choose to embrace that chaos if you want to try to recharge that ability more often than that. But with that change of it being the spell level on a D10 compared to rolling a natural 1 on a D20 and then rolling on a I think you're going to have enough wild magic surges to keep this ability rolling as often as you would want to use it.
Okay.
If not, we can always tweak it later. But starting out, that's what we're going to aim for. Introducing things, we have wonderful tokens for each of these characters. First, we have Guile in his art. Then we have Ozias, the Gifted One, in his art. Love those token borders.
Yeah, these guys were freaking
Dynamis in his art.
You see that ancient ruin? I built that.
We've got Brontes in his art.
Oh, the horns are so good.
I love it.
I love the fact that it has the text of the One Ring on there.
Yeah,
But
I just noticed that.
we've got Eritrea in her art. The Lion of Astoria. Then we have her squire, Neri.
Neri.
That's what I said.
I thought you said Mary. I was gonna say Mary's the character from the other game.
And her stem fae, Xiphos.
That's freaking cool.
A mechanical bird, which is well known. That's the thing, is all this. There's a lot of almost steampunk things in this setting because of the Amazonians, and there are automatons and golems and things like that. And in fact, Mitros is protected by a humongous automaton called the Colossus of Pythor. There used to be two colossi, but one was destroyed a long time ago. All right. So now we're going to get into the fun parts. But before we get into some of the fun things, are there any questions about any of the Session Zero stuff up to this point?
I'm all set.
Everyone's good to go?
Ready to go.
Wonderful.
have-
Oh, go ahead.
I do have one thing. This is more just I was stupid. I forgot to put my starting equipment on my character.
Add your starting equipment.
Okay.
I did it while he was
I
beginning the
think-
session 0 because I thought the same thing. I was looking at my equipment. I'm like, oh, that's what I forgot, and so that's what I was doing. I forgot to.
Fun. How do I add it from the compendium onto my character? I have not done that.
If you have your character sheet open, you type it into the compendium, you find the item, and you drag it. Just try to be sure that you're dragging the item and not proficiency in the item, because those are two different things on the compendium.
Yep.
All right, but with that in mind, we're going to get into the fun parts. Which one of you is my favorite today? Brian.
Yes.
Brian, pick one of the three numbers, 1, 2, or 3.
We're gonna go with 3.
3. All right. One of my favorite things about Odyssey of the Dragonlords is I give you all an opportunity to become incredibly more powerful based on whether or not you read that 50-page book that I sent you 4 months ago. So we're going to be doing a short 20-question quiz where you are going to send me the answers to questions I ask you. You have 2 minutes from the time that I ask the question to send me a private DM on Discord, and you will get different boons. For each correct answer, you will get 1 hit point and 5 gold pieces. If you get 5 correct answers, you will get 2 healing potions. If you get 10 correct answers, you will start each session with inspiration. If you get 15 correct answers out of 20, you will get a fate point. And if you get 20 correct answers out of 20, you will get a surprise. If 3 of you get a perfect score, I will restore your full talent progression while still allowing you your second subclass.
Holy shit. Okay.
Jeez.
So,
I wish I studied better.
open up those Discord messages to your DM and get ready to answer. I will be timing you each. This is going to go quick, fast, and in a hurry. Let me know when everyone's ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hold on, I gotta find you.
I'm good.
What's his name? Okay, his name is John. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's do this.
I wish I'd gone over my notes.
I bet.
Let's see how good my
I've been
memory
studying the wrong stuff.
is.
It's okay.
My brain is.
It's okay. Because like I said, this is all just extra, and it's all in good fun, right? If you guys do poorly, I'm not gonna punish you, right? This is just extra stuff for fun because they gave you a 50-page book, a beautiful book filled with information, and it's too good not to use. So,
Great book.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Everybody's ready. Thumbs up from 4 of you. I'd like to see. Nost has an implied thumbs up because his wolf is showing his teeth, and that's a smile, and that's as good as a thumbs up I can get. So, first question: what is the name of the continent this game takes place on? Do not answer out loud, or else it doesn't count. I will grade this later, by the way, but fantastic. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Is that everyone? I think I'm missing one.
Yeah.
All right, number 2. What is the largest city in this continent?
Auto-corrected my answer. Hold on.
I'm a history major. I can do this.
Fantastic. Question number 3. What is the name of the oracle?
Ooh.
You better get that one right, Nost.
I know. Believe me, she'll kill me if I did.
All right, is that everybody? I think that's everyone. Ha. All right, number 4. What are the names of the Twin Titans?
Ooh.
I think that's 4 out of 5. Or is that 5 out of 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Nose, did you send one in for that yet?
Oh, no.
Okay. I didn't mean to
Uh,
call you out. I'm just trying to keep track. You're the only
got-
person who can't give me a thumbs up.
Gotcha. Looking. All right. Okay, there we go.
All right. Number 5. The last of the easy block of questions. How long was the Oath of Peace for?
There we go.
Number 6. Going into the medium block of questions. What are swords and armor made out of in this continent?
I know actually Greece, but okay.
I,
They are
rem-
not made out of grease.
No,
I
no.
remember this question from last time, and I remember you explaining it to me because last time I got it wrong.
Yep. Is that everyone?
Hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. All right. Number 7. Name for me 2 of the 5 gods and list their domains.
Okay.
And for those people watching at home, all of these questions that I am asking them is out of the player's guide. Particularly not the DM side, and the DM's guide, which is much more robust as any campaign. But the player's primer that they, well done, player's primer that they were given. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Almost done.
Look at Mason; he's pumped. You playing the Eye of the Tiger, the over there, champ? He says, I've this is my time. I knew it was coming. I kept telling Mason it wasn't going to happen.
I just remember I think I got like 17 out of 20 of these last time, and I'm so far I'm really very good.
There's 5. I think that's everybody, right? There we go. Number 8. Who created the native Fey races? I think that's everybody, right?
Any of my answer? There we go.
There we go. Number 9. In this campaign, where did halflings come from?
Oh man.
I have a very inappropriate answer.
Mommy, where do halflings come from? Well, when a quarterling and an eighthling love each other very much. By the way, that is the canon in Forgotten Realms phrase for a half-halfling is a quarterling. Three, four. Five. Is that five?
There you
Did
go.
I get one from? There we go. Cool. All right. Number 10, last of the medium block of questions. Oaths have powers to bind even gods in this continent. What happens if you break an oath? I love the way you guys are answering these questions. One of you in particular has made me laugh 10 times in a row. And that's 5. All right, now we're going into the hard block of questions. So, first hard question, number 11. How many eyes does Kintamane have?
You're not going to get me twice with this one.
All right, that's 2 answers.
Wait, eyes.
I don't know if you all at home could see the shift in player mood between question 9 and question 11, but it's a little bit harder. Is that all 5 of you? Did I get everyone?
There we go.
There we go. All right, number 12. How many siblings do Sidon and Lutheria have? I'm going to take that answer.
Actually, I won't go ahead and say that.
Or
Hey, Mason, can you turn the music down in your head? We can all hear it.
all right, that's all 5 of you. Number 13. What were the Titans born from?
Uh,
Well done. Well done. Well done. This is me starting to think I should have gate locked that those 3 perfect scores behind 4 perfect scores for perfect talent progression. Because oh man,
Oh man.
no pressure.
Yeah, come on, guys, get on my level.
Okay. I'm gonna go with this then.
This is good practice for whenever your characters meet Steve Harvey later on.
Or
I was gonna say I really feel the pressure just because we had a last like minute heat wave, so it's like 80 degrees in here.
Oh man, we actually had a cool wave, cold front. So like it's only like 85 degrees here right now. Nose, did you send one in yet?
I did.
All right, there we go. Here we go. There was once an ancient race of 6-armed giants that roamed the world. What were they called? That's 2.
There we
3.
This is the part where I could see the part in the book where it is. I just can't get the word.
Yeah. Mason's shorting out his camera because he's moving so fast, working the speed bag over there. He's so bummed.
There's like only one that I'm not sure on so far. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling
Same. So
I messed up.
there's one I'm questioning.
There's one that I'm really I know.
Damn you,
Oh,
Mark Hamill. Is that all 5? I think that's all 5. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Okay, so number 15, last of the hard block. Last of the hard block, guys. To whom is Chandrist a priest? Says it square in the book. Ooh.
John Does. Where was he?
You're not looking it up, right? That'd be unethical.
No, that would be very unethical. I'm trying to figure it out. Don't remember.
I only remember this because we talked about this recently.
To my credit, the last time I read this lore book was like 2 years ago. Three
You
years.
didn't
You're
you
saying
didn't
this.
read the book to prepare for the
I didn't
campaign?
review. I didn't. Why? Shit.
Well,
It's
choice, Cotton.
me.
Let's see if it pays off for him.
It's freaking
I only gave
me.
it to you 7 months ago.
In Mason's
5
defense, he took
months.
notes last time.
And 3 months.
It's
All right,
freaking
that's
me.
4.
I didn't do a thorough, deep study this time around.
Right. I have to
I
guess.
feel like I've done pretty well.
It's a good guess. Is that all 5? Thumbs up from the visible players. Cool. Moving into the extreme questions. Extreme. Every year at the winter solstice, somebody goes around delivering presents. Name them.
Every year.
I think this is the most Discord messages I've ever gotten, ever. Close enough, I don't take off for spelling.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I've murdered a few names.
Yes, you have. It's good music.
Completely opposite of how I feel right now.
I'm shaking my leg. I'm afraid to shake my hand because I don't want to shake the camera.
I'm trying to figure it out. I don't remember. Okay.
I think what's going to kill me more is not knowing how many I got right or not for a while. I think that's going to kill me more than anything.
Oh, same here.
Can you not remember Greek Santa?
For a pointer, it was in the interview.
It was in the interviews, and funny enough, I have a great one shot revolving that we're gonna play come Christmas time.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Can't wait to see how wrong I am when I give you these butchered name.
You know who's gonna get coal in their sandal?
Okay.
Gaius.
You can burn that.
All right, is that all 5 of you? I think I'm missing one.
That's me. I'm sending it in.
There we go. So, next question, number 17. 3 questions left and a bonus. All right, 17. Your most hated enemy has invited you to supper inside of his house. What must you do in return?
I see. Okay. Question. In context, are we already in this house, or are we being invited to his house?
Your most hated enemy has invited you to supper inside his house.
Okay.
What must you do in return? Ray got it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. One, two, that's 3 answers out of 5. That's 4 answers out of 5. You got it, Brian.
Good job, Brian.
Hey,
One a broken clock is right twice a day.
one in a row.
No, he's gotten a few of them.
Yeah, I think he knows his Greek. I think he's answering the questions like a Greek would.
That and he's being funny, and he just happens to land on it. Is that all 5 of you? Let's see. I know Nost went. Can I get thumbs up from everyone else? Okay. Brian didn't give a thumbs up, but I saw his answer because I called it out. Thank you. All right. Number 18. What is praxis?
I think, yeah.
I would like to inform you that this is not World of Darkness.
I tried, okay? That was my first thought. I was like, you praxis! I'm like, oh, wrong game.
Is that all 5 of you? All right, in that case, number 19.
All right.
Name one complete name, so name and surname of an OG Dragonlord. You're not wrong, Nost.
Did he put his?
I cannot reveal any answers until the end. That's 5. And finally, number 20. This is from the back of the book. Name one of the Thylean constellations.
Okay.
I didn't even look at that.
Alien constellations. I'm gonna take a shot in the dark then.
There's a big map and everything.
Oh wait, that big one. Oh man. Just one, right? Just one.
Just one.
I know exactly what I'm. I know exactly.
All right, is that a 5? There we go. All right. Yeah. I'm sorry. Okay, now for the bonus question. This will make up for one wrong answer if you get it right. I have a table. Who would want to roll on this table?
I'll roll.
Mason's hand shot into the air like I'm worried about his shoulder.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What am I rolling?
Go ahead and roll me a d8.
It's a 1.
A 1?
A 1.
Oh man, that's the easy one.
Oh no.
Yay!
This is great, guys. We get the pass. Let's hope.
Tell
Why'd
your
you say
name.
that?
Damn it.
There is a rival country to the main city in this, and they suck. And they're filled with monks. What's the name of the rival country?
Was that the one we just?
I did just mention it like 10 minutes ago.
I'm from there. Kinda.
I'm gonna butcher this.
All right, who's left?
That's me.
I mean, also me. I'm trying to like spell this
There's
out.
one more bonus question after this one. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah. Not too bad. You guys aren't on the map still, right? Like, that'd be kind of... Okay, good. I thought I left you on the map there for a sec. The world map while I'm asking you all this. That would bite me
There's
in
a
the butt.
world map?
Yeah.
Roll 20,
I
man.
had you in the world map for quite a
Man,
while.
in the book.
Anything further? Is that all 5 of you? 1, 2, 3, 4, Nost.
I did. I submitted.
All right. If everyone's good, then the last and final question of this quiz for bonus points that will replace a wrong answer. Because you rolled a 1, the pair to that is number 8. Number 8, besides the one you picked, name one of the special subclasses presented in the player's guide.
Special subclasses. Okay.
There's a subclass for every single class in the player's guide. You can right now name me any one of them except your characters. That is correct. That is 3 correct answers when I needed 1. That is correct. That is correct. That poor sad baby.
I know I got this right because it's my backup character.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so questions are locked in. Would you like me to go over the answers?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Unless that'd be too boring for you guys.
Just do it.
Please. Please.
All right, 1 through 20. Zooming through these as fast as possible. What is the name of the largest continent, or what is the name of the continent this game takes place on? It is Thylea. What is the largest city in this continent? It is Mitros. What is the name of the oracle? Her name is Versi.
Yes.
What are the names of the twin titans? They are Sidon and Lutheria. How long was the Oath of Peace for? It is 500 years. What are swords and armor made out of in Thylea? They are made out of bronze. There is no steel. Name 2 of the 5 gods and their domains. Pythor is the god of battle. Vulcan is the god of the forge. Kira is the god of speed, trickery, and music. Valis is the goddess of wisdom. And Mitros is the god of dawn. Who made the native Fey races? That would be Lutheria and Sidon.
So close.
Where did the humanoids in this campaign come from? Where do halflings come from? They come from somewhere else. They are settler races. Oaths have power to bind even gods in Thylea. What happens if you break an oath? You get cursed. And it is enforced by the Furies. How many eyes does Kintamane, the 100-handed and 100-headed god, have? He has 100 heads. Each head has 2 eyes. 200 eyes.
Okay. Okay.
That was a
How
little
many
off.
siblings do... I'm sorry?
Nothing.
I could have asked how many fingers he has, too. How many siblings do Sidon and Lutheria have? They have 6 siblings, though none of them are alive. What are the Titans born from? They were born from a fruit picked by Thylea's branches. The fruit was eaten by Kintamane. He took the pit. He hated the pit. He slapped it with one of his hands. He started bleeding from the spikes. And the next morning they hatched into Titans. What are the ancient 6-armed giants called? I love the name of these. They're called Gigans because of Gary Gygax.
I didn't know that.
To whom is Chandras a priest of? He's a priest of Lutheria. Every year at the winter solstice, somebody goes around delivering presents. Name them. It is Vulcan because the summer solstice is called Vulcania. Your hated enemy has invited you to supper inside of his house. What must you do in return? In order to be bound by guest friendship, you must give him a gift. If you do not give him a gift, he can kill you. What is Praxis? That is the throne and tower of Sidon. Name one complete name of the OG Dragonlords. There is Xander Hurath, Gregor Hurath, Jacinta Ventrak, Arizin Carpathos. There is Estor Arkleander. There's Telemark Arkleander. There is Adonis Nerdagan. There's Tamarin Nerdagan. There is Gregor Arkleander. There's Ochos Arkleander. And of course, there is Brontes.
I don't know why I didn't think of that last time around.
That was so freaking clever.
And name one of the Thylean constellations. There's a big chart in the back of the player's book. You can look it up. There's 20. I'm not going to name them. So that was number 3. Number 1 or number 2? Somebody pick for me.
Number 1.
1.
Number 1. Okay. Number 1 is the rumors dispersal. So everybody roll me a d20, and whoever rolls highest gets the first rumor. Wrong 8, 11. I'm not wrong on 8 and 11.
No, those were mine. Mine were wrong on 8 and 11.
Oh, you were grading yourself. Okay.
Yes.
I appreciate you.
So
I got 12 wrong, because I counted them as each other as the sibling.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you too.
Excuse,
okay, cool.
excuse my many rolls. Roll 20 was weird.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's see who rolled what on the d20s. We have a 14 from her, an 8 from him, a 4, and a 3. Uh-oh,
I
here
got
we go.
12. Mine's up at the before Guile.
Okay, so Eritrea rolled the highest?
Yep.
Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, by 2.
Okay, okay, Eritrea gets this rumor. Let's see, Rose, who just sent me 29 messages. Blam! All right, let's see. Who is next highest?
I think that's me at 12.
Oh my god, that's so perfect. Who's next?
I believe that'll be me. I'm 8.
So perfect. All right, who's next?
That would be Guile.
All right, he gets this one. Copy and paste. This is the rumors that you all have heard about each other. That means that the final one goes to Dynamis. This is what you know as you meet these people. The gunsmith. There we go. 1985. Blam, blam. Okay. Do with that information and roleplay accordingly once you guys get into the game. That is what you have heard about each other. Now, yep. You can use that however you want. Mason is very happy. The final thing I'm going to do is I'm going to, each of you were born under a constellation, and that constellation has power. Each of you roll me a d20. If you roll a 19, there are 18 constellations. If you roll a 19, you get to pick a constellation. If you roll a 20, I'm sorry, if you roll a 19, I get to pick a constellation. If you roll a 20, you get to pick a constellation.
Oh wow.
And,
Hey!
We're buddies.
is that everybody? Everyone get one? Who got the highest?
Not me.
I did, with a 7.
What'd you get? Holy shit, a 7's the highest?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a 4. I was second highest with a 4.
Then a 3 and 2 1s.
And then 2 1.
You want us to re-roll again to see if we get better results?
No.
Okay.
No. All right, Guile, I will send you the centaur. You were born under the symbol of the centaur.
Maybe that's why you're confused. You only have 2 legs. You're supposed to
Trying
have
to figure
4.
yourself out.
Who got the next highest?
I did. I got a 4.
What'd you get? You got a
4.
4?
I got a 4.
4 is VI. Where's my VI? Here we go. You were born under the trickster.
Okay.
Of course you were. Of course you were. There you go. That should be under the constellation cards folder. Who's the next highest?
That's me at a 3.
You were born under the symbol of the golden heart.
Aww. That's kind of fitting, actually.
Who's the next highest?
We are.
We're both
No,
ones.
You're both one.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know that's really fitting for Dynamis at least. You both were born under the symbol of the Gigan.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Ray, would you like to read your card text out loud to us?
I would love to if I knew where it was.
If you go on the journal tab underneath player handouts, you will see something that says constellation cards, and under constellation cards, there's a special one for you.
The centaur. These two groups of stars are sometimes called the centaur and the scorpion after a very old tale. These two groups of stars, a centaur came across a scorpion stuck in a puddle of mud. The scorpion begged for help, but the centaur was afraid of getting stung, so he trotted away and let her die. A gust of wind blew a branch into the puddle, and the scorpion was able to scramble along it and escape. She then followed the centaur's hoofprints, seeking revenge on the selfish beast that had refused to help her. She found the centaur sleeping in a shady glen and stung him in the throat. As the lethal venom coursed through his veins, the centaur thrashed about until one of his hooves landed on the scorpion, crushing her. "If you hadn't sought revenge, then we'd both be alive," the centaur lamented with his dying breath. "If you had helped me, I wouldn't have sought revenge," replied the scorpion.
Well said. Eritrea, I believe you were next.
Yes. All right. I have the Trickster constellation, and it says, "See those stars that are shaped like a flower? That's the constellation of the Trickster. There once was a nobleman who took great pride in the vast rose gardens that bloomed on his estate. Eventually, these roses attracted the attention of the great trickster goddess, whose name has been forgotten. The goddess admired the nobleman's beautiful flowers, but she mocked his boasts. It was his servants who deserved the credit, for they tended his gardens. So the nobleman made the goddess a wager. If he could grow a field of red roses without the aid of his servants, then she must agree to marry him. She agreed, and for a year the nobleman tended his plot in his garden with his own 2 hands, planting the seeds, cultivating the soil, watering and weeding every day. It was humbling, back-breaking work for the vain nobleman, but the seeds eventually took root and grew. But when the bushes finally flowered, the petals were not red, but white. The goddess had switched the seeds to teach the braggart a lesson." I like that.
All right. Next up would be Mason.
The Golden Heart. The brightest star in the night sky is called the Golden Heart. You can see it high above us on any clear night. It represents the tree that sprang up when Thylea, the great mother, sacrificed herself to create our land. If you look closely, you can see a cluster of fainter stars scattered around the Golden Heart. These represent the islands that sprung up from her roots. And if you look slightly to the west, you'll notice a single red star watching over the Golden Heart and the islands. Kentamane, Thylea's husband, who honors his vow to protect his lover with an endless vigil. Actually, very romantic, if it weren't for the fact that he's the god of destruction.
All right, and finally we have one remaining constellation. You two can duke it out for who's going to read it.
I can read it. You okay with that, Nost?
I'm okay with that.
Alright. In the stars to the east, you can see the figure of a 6-armed, one-eyed giant, the Gigan. When the Dragonlords first arrived, there was much strife between the newcomers and the native races of Thylea. Blood was spilled, but none reveled in the slaughter. But none reveled in the slaughter of warfare as much as Esther Arklander, who was the general of the Dragonlord armies. In one brutal battle, he wiped out every Gigan warrior
Ooh. Gigans.
every Gigan warrior to the last. After the massacre, the children of Gigan prayed to Sidon and Luthera for protection. Moved by their plight, the great titans rallied the centaurs and the nymphs, all the native races. They attacked the settlements of the Dragonlords across the islands in retaliation for Esther Arklander's crimes. The first war had begun.
Fantastic. One final thing before we bring the session 0 part of tonight to an end. because that's all the fun party tricks I have for you guys. I will dole out your bonuses accordingly as I grade them up. But effectively, I told you all the right answers. You get 5 gold and 1 hit point for every correct answer to your max. 5 correct answers is 2 healing potions. 10 correct answers is you start each session with an inspiration. 15 is you get a fate point. And 20, if anyone got a perfect score, is a secret. I will tell you later. If 3 of you got perfect scores, it's a good news for all of you. But we will get to that. But one final thing is the economy in this game. I know that 5th edition is quite fond of their copper pieces, but they don't fucking exist. There are only 2 types of money in this game. Gold pieces are called drachmae or drachmi. And silver pieces are called lepta. It's only gold, only silver. Drachmi and lepta. Another word you will hear a lot is misthios. That means mercenary.
Mm-hmm.
So just to
Here we
double
go.
check, silver is
Lepta.
lepta and gold is drachmi, or is it the other way around?
Yep.
Okay.
Gold is drachmi and lepta is silver.
Okay.
And so that is how I will refer to it. And the NPCs will pretend like they have no clue what that means every time you bring up gold and silver. Any questions?
Nope.
All right. Well, it is 9:20. We have about 40 minutes to dig into things. So let's end the session 0 part of this. Do you want to take 2 minutes and then sit down and we'll start with the invocation of the muse?
Yes. We can go to break for a
Yeah.
second.
All right,
Sounds
guys.
good.
We will see you in just a quick, short few minutes. All right, welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed that session 0. I am chomping at the bit to get started. So we're going to go into a session 0.5, a quick introduction to the campaign, and we're going to play until we run out of time, guys. So with that, we're going to hop right into this story, and like any good Odyssey, we're going to start with the invocation to the Muse. Speak, memory, speak, and tell us the tale of saviors, of heroes, of champions. Speak of the Odyssey of the Dragonlords, and tell us their tale once again. Speak of Brontes, the vanished one, who appeared at the proper time and claimed victory 500 years too late. A psychopomp that took the secrets of the dead to save the living. Speak of Eritrea, the demigod, who rose to join the divine ranks of her godly father and completed feats that even the gods thought impossible. An exile that reclaimed a stolen throne from titans and monsters alike. Speak of Dynamis, the timeless one, who watched ages pass from eternal shores and saved the present with the might of the past. A slayer who sought vengeance and became hope. Speak of Ozai, the gifted one, who was the only chance for a new generation of Dragonlords, who resurrected an ancient race thought extinct and raised him to a new future. The cursed one whose beastly blood was overcome and channeled to good. Speak of the doomed one, counted among these but remaining a secret, who thrice defied death and in the end met it as an equal. Speak of Guile, the bastard who rose above humble beginnings to claim a secret birthright, a king killer whose regicide shaped a world, the curious one who took the white book and uncovered the enigma of the hidden secrets. O muse of memories long past, speak of Thylea, speak of her time of doom and her hour of salvation. Speak, O memory, and tell us this tale once more in our time. For thousands of years, the Titans ruled this land, unchallenged and unrivaled. Their dominion was absolute, ancient as the mountains and as vast as the oceans itself, and their will was law. Until the Dragonlords came, bright and terrible they were, wielders of fire and of wind and of poison. They drove back the Titans' armies, though their victory was fleeting, crushed beneath the might of Sidon's right hand. 5 gods descended from the heavens, just as the oracle had foreseen, and in their divine union with the mortals, they sealed a sacred oath with the blood of the Silver Queen. 500 years have passed since that momentous day, but the peace has been a mere illusion, a calm before the storm, an eye within a hurricane of power and rage. And now Thylea faces war once more. Somewhere, amidst a roiling, boiling sea, an obsidian tower rises from the frothing waters, its jagged spire piercing the heavens like the jagged fang of a great serpent. At its apex, a blazing, imprisoned star casts a malevolent red light over the ocean, its sickly glow turning the waves to blood, illuminated the depths of the seas and the twisted monstrosities that lurk within. The sky is alive with chaos. Screeching harpies circle this structure, their grotesque song swallowed by the fury of the storm. The winds howl, the waves crash, and thunder detonates in the sky, a symphony of destruction echoing the wrath of the Titans themselves. At the heart of this tempest, in the throne room of Praxis, the Tower of Storms, 2 colossal figures loom over a perfect map of the continent of Thylea. This is no ordinary map. Its surface ripples with life. Clouds lazily drift across the skies, and the seas churn with unseen currents. Islands moving. This representation is alive, a living, breathing entity directly under the gaze of the Titans. Sidon, Lord of Storms, paces around the room, each step a thunderclap, each breath heavy with barely contained wrath. His enormous frame, corded with muscle, seems too large for even this great hall. His face, harsh and cut like a jagged rock, is dominated by a third eye set into his forehead, a burning red orb that blazes with malice and power, glowing like molten fire. In his hand he clutches his black glaive, its edges gleaming like death itself. Every few steps he pauses, hurling lightning at the map of Thylea, the bolt crashing with terrifying precision. Each strike sends storms roaring across the maps, mirroring the chaos outside his tower, as though the very act of his rage reshapes the world in his image. His voice, when it speaks, is like the breaking of stone. These mortals defy me still, he growls, his teeth bared in fury. They cower in their temples and pray to their weak gods. But the storm will come. I will tear their cities apart. I will make them. And a shadow moves behind him. Something darker than this storm. Something colder. Lutheria steps forward, his sister wife. Her presence soft but sinister, like the whisper of a nightmare before it takes form. Her beauty otherworldly, her pale skin seeming to drink in the light. Hold on, I've got a thing. Let me get the right one. Huh.
Ooh.
There we go, that one. And blam!
Ooh.
Thank you. Her long hair falls in perfect waves, framing a face as lovely as it is deadly. Her eyes are half-lidded, their depths hiding something unknowable and cruel. She drifts towards Sidon with the grace of a predator, her enormous green scythe resting lazily in her hands, its blade catching the dim light, screaming with every moment. Sidon, she murmurs, her voice a silken purr. My love, your storms have long since lost their terror. She places a hand on his chest, halting his pacing, her touch soft but commanding. Sidon looks down at her and scowls, his fury boiling, but even he cannot ignore the darkness that coils around her like a living thing. Lutheria steps to the map, her fingers trailing lightly over the heartlands of Thylea, her lips curling into a wicked smile. Let us remind these mortals of the power they have forgotten, she says, her voice cold and lilting. Not with your storms. They no longer fear thunder or rain. Take it from them. She kneels, and her black cloak pools around her like a midnight tide reaching into the map. The air thickens. From where her pale hand touches the land, a ripple spreads, and from it comes the sound, faint at first, like the cry of birds, but then it grows, swells, and becomes a chorus of agony. Screams of the dead rise up from the heartlands where she touches, plague at her fingertips, shrill and terrified. And though the cries come from the map, they seem too real, too immediate, being pulled from some deep hidden place where nightmares feed. Lutheria looks up at Sidon, her eyes gleaming with dark joy. Let us send them a reminder of their luscious mortality. A great beast, born of the very lands they stole from us. Let it walk among them, defiling their homes and tearing their world apart. She smiles sweetly, the sound of screaming growing louder, filling the chamber. They will appreciate the irony. The storm outside swells with her words, as if the very sky itself trembles in fear, and laughter dances on the winds. The future of Thylea looks grim. Monsters menace the road, and corruption threatens the cities. Sidon demands daily sacrifices at every temple, and his sister wife Lutheria kidnaps children for her secret rituals. The five gods that once protected the settlers are now silent, and now the oracle has prophesied the doom of all things, the death of the gods, the destruction of Mitros, and the total annihilation of all mortal races. You are one of the group of warriors who have been summoned to the Heartlands in an attempt to avert this coming catastrophe. You each have your personal reasons for answering this call, but rumors of your coming have already spread throughout the land, for you are known throughout Thylea as mortals destined to perform great deeds. The citizens of the great city of Mitros already tell story of some of your exploits, both real and imagined. You have been given your rumors. Now it seems the time has come for you to rise and meet your fate. You each have reasons for the call, but rumors of your coming have already spread across the land. You all have traveled together for the past few days towards the sour vintage after receiving a letter. Man, she's creepy looking. Love it. Bam. Let's see. Brontes didn't read the constellation. Brontes, please read the letter delivered to each of you.
Absolutely. Dear potential savior of Thylea and all settler races, thank you for your application to become a mythic hero and represent the settlers of Thylea. We would like to invite you to interview for the role with me, Kyra Ray Jepson, Bard
Kyrie
in
Ray
training.
Jepson.
Kyra Ray Jepson, Bard in training. The interview will be fabulously dangerous and wonderful spectacular. Please meet with me at the Sour Vintage located in the southern heartlands on the 2nd of Elon in the year 499 CE. Plan to meet at the main bar. Atlea will welcome
Atala.
you. Atala, thank you. It will be chilly, so please bring a winter toga. the first bowl of Manosakas. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes.
Manosakas. Wine is on me. Please reply to this letter with the response letter. I have already paid the carriers of Mercury. Messengers for return postage. Siren sending is the only way to fly. We look forward to saving Thylea with you. Sincerely, Kyrie Ray Jepson, Bard in training. P.S. Bring in Drachma for this exciting opportunity.
And that is the holy symbol of the oracle down there.
Ooh, pretty.
Some of you were already in a caravan when you received this letter. Some of you were not. But you have all traveled together. So tell me, starting with Brontes, what would your caravan mates notice about you as you traveled together?
What notice about me? Brontes is sort of an extroverted sort, and he would be looking out often and taking out what seems to be a writing utensil and sort of thinking about to himself, but he doesn't write anything particularly. He's just sort of frozen there. And at times he would just sort of take out his flute and he would write, just sort of sing for a second, and then he'd say, "Come, soar the breeze." No, that's not right. Begin something right, something down. "Come now, let us begin this wondrous." No, that's not right either. As he is meticulous as he's trying to write something poetic and strong.
Okay. Next up, let's do Guile.
What you would notice about Guile is that he talks to everyone, asks a bunch of invasive questions. Someone
So,
routinely.
what was your time in prison like?
Yep,
Sorry.
pretty much. Um, is he he will often stop and to look at something or figure something out, or always has a story of an adventure. Um, on occasion, someone's had to leave the caravan to go get him to bring him back. But other than that, he seems genuine and helpful, but in his own way.
Speaking of that someone, let's go to Dynamis.
So what people would notice is every now and then I'd be coming back with this little elf person on my shoulder, putting him back on a cart and telling him to stay, not clearly not listening, and it's like having a toddler, but adult, I think. Um, they would also notice my large stature and the artwork that has been tattooed on me, looking like different scenes from stories, um, which have been my adventures in life.
All right, fantastic. Next up, we have Ozai.
Odias.
You don't correct me. I'm just playing. Ozias. Not anymore.
Ozias.
You gotta earn
Uh,
your plural.
Ozias probably would seem a little bit different from most of the rest of the group because he actually is in formal, looks to be in formal soldier attire. Anyone who's more familiar with some of the dress of some of the various cities would realize that he's dressed as an Astorian soldier. Dark green cloak. He tends to be tends more towards himself, with the exception of one of the other his other traveling companions who will be introduced shortly. Um, he is insanely handsome. Like he is, it's something that you would notice. He is incredibly handsome. He seems to have, strangely though he is, he has scars and things on him that you notice look to be actually filled with gold. They shine, they shimmer. You don't know if that's necessarily due to it being a tattoo or what might be going on.
You pay
And
the guards well in a story, it seems.
yeah. One of the other things you do notice about him too, I would say, is while it is getting into the winter months, even though it hasn't necessarily snowed as of yet, he has snowflakes in his hair at any given time of day. There are always snowflakes in his hair. Um, but he tends to be on the lookout. He tends to not get too close to any of the other people here, save for
Say me. I have stark red hair. I think would be the most noticeable thing is the stark red hair. It's not like subtle. It's very vibrant red hair. And then I always have my shield on me, even if I'm not holding it. It's donned on my back, or I have some sort of weapon. I'm always joking with Ozias, probably trying to get him to spar, and he's probably like, "No, not the time. We're supposed to be, traveling." It's, "Oh, come on, let's, I'd probably be looking over Brontez's shoulder to see what he's writing, just hanging out with him a little bit, like, "Oh, what you got over there?" And talking to people, trying to spar with anyone who will. Some probably don't. Ozias probably does, just to, show me, just get me to shut up, probably, and then goes back to whatever important thing he's doing.
he's very serious. He's on the task. I would also want to add one more thing. He one time tried to call you Lady Eritrea, which I'm sure you shut down instantly.
You probably got shield punched.
Yeah.
Just instantly bopped.
So that's something you guys would see probably very early on.
You would have tried to use formal, and I would instantly just like hit you a little bit more than just a friendly shove.
So, the Sour Vintage is a traditional country inn located at a crossroads about 20 miles east of the city of Astoria. I believe I have art for you for that. One second. Let's see. Mission tracker. Here we go. Show to players. Blam! From your mission tracker, your first current mission. Let me throw that into the current column. Food, here we go.
While you're doing that, can we all just take a moment to appreciate like all the freaking handouts that have been made for this?
There we go. That's
Ton of
kind of the
stuff
mood. Is
here.
chapter 1, the prophecy. Just to give you a. This one? No, that's not it. Could have swore they had one for the sour vintage, but I guess I lost it. I'll find it later. Yeah. Is it letters? No. Item handout? No. I'll find it later. Whatever. But Running Adventure? No. Here we go. Huh? Huh? Is this it? No. Oh well. Back to my notes. Here we go. The Sour Vintage is a traditional country inn located at a crossroads about 20 miles east of the city of Astoria. The exterior is rustic wood painted black, and the sign hanging from the door depicts a woman carrying a basket full of grapes. All is illuminated by the warm glow. I do have a picture of the sign inside the shop's thing. If you want to see that, you should have access to that. Um,
Very neat. I like it.
Woman carrying a basket full of grapes. All is illuminated by the warm glow of the late afternoon sun. Inside this tavern, a haze of pleasant tobacco smoke lingers in the air. You hear the clinking of mugs and the muttering of patrons, most of whom are farmers. The innkeeper, a former huntress by the name of Atella, has greeted you outside and taken your drink orders already, telling you to come in. The lot of you have arrived, though have yet to speak to one another in any formal capacity. Um, it tells me in alphabetical order to have the PCs describe themselves and what you look like as you come to this inn. So you can start that. Brian is first.
Brontes?
Well, Brian comes before Ray.
Oh, okay. I was thought we were
Oh,
going characters' names.
Real name, alphabetical order.
Yeah, but we can go
Oh,
with Brontes first. Brontes, describe what you look like
Absolutely.
as I move you to the Sour Vintage Inn, where you should each have a token. There we go.
Looks familiar.
Don't move around too much. Yeah, it's my favorite map for the Sour Vintage Inn. It's beautiful.
I like it. Really nice. But
You'll notice that it's filled with individual commoners, but keep going.
all right, sweet. You guys currently see it seems to be that of a satyr. That mostly been a black hair. He stands beside me at a 5'8", and his eyes that of green. His skin is that of olive temper. He has these large spiraling horns that sort of curl into the side of his face, and you know that he has this elongated hair sort of kind of pulling to the very back, pulling over to his back, sort of touching what it seems to be his purple shirt. You notice that on the stubble of his chin there is a lot of white on it, probably showing some age, and that he currently what he seems to be holding what seems to be that of a flute, Farragut flute to be exact. He is very chipper, very dapper, and right about now he is very focused on what is to come.
All right. After Brontes, BD Dynamis.
Dynamis is a very large man, um, tall, close to 0% body fat, but at the same time, still like beefcake. Um, he's got that like Adonis bronzy colored skin, um, thick beard, well manicured mustache. Um, and oh, he's dressed in like your typical garb.
And he looks like a human, right?
Yes,
Okay.
a little more bronzy, but yeah.
Perfect. Okay. All right. After Dynamis is going to be Eritrea because E comes after D.
Yep. Eritrea. She's not 6 foot, but she's kind of tall for. I mean, she's an elf though, so you would assume it fits. She's got big elf ears. They kind of hide in between her hair and her bronze, almost headband that she always wears. Whenever you've noticed since we've been traveling, it's always in more of a combat ready position. She's got her shield on her, her spear, whatever adornment she has. She's got she wears a red cape, a bright red cape, and she I don't think she ever takes it off. She's got a lion's head on her pauldron. The only pauldron that she actually wears is a lion's head that's kind of like stuck to it. She's got bronze adornments on some of her leather outfit, but most of it just looks like it's like kind of almost casual for a warrior, I feel like. And she's got goldeny bronze skin, and then she's got a vibrant type of green eye.
Okay. Beautiful. And finally, Ozias.
I think Giles first. G comes before O.
Yes. Okay, Guile.
Okay, I'll go instead. Like I said, incredibly handsome man. Close to about, actually over 6 feet tall. Beautiful, gorgeous, dark brown hair. Just freaking looks like a L'Oreal commercial model. Um, of this group, especially looking at the art, probably is wearing the most clothing. Um, only person who took a winter cloak with him. And also the only person apparently I think who is wearing armor. Um, but like I said, absolutely stunning, gorgeous. Anyone who gets close enough to see his eyes will notice that his eyes are almost look like lapis lazuli stones. The irises of them. It's very rich blue, with the flecks of like copper pyrite in there. I already mentioned that some of his scars look like they're actually made of gold themselves. And always seems to have snowflakes in his hair. His body language right now, for the most part, seems very formal, very soldiery, very on task, on duty. Um, yeah.
All right. So you guys get to the Sour Vintage Inn, and as you approach, you see a young woman standing by the door. And she looks at you, she goes, oh, I know who you are. I know. And she crawls over the table, knocking food and bowls of wine to the ground, and walks out and goes, yeah, I've been waiting for you. Hold on. I've got it. Hold on. I know who you are. Hold on. First up, and she pulls out a scroll and she unrolls it and she goes, let's see. Oh yes, here's your picture. Yeah, there we go. And she says, here you go, Brent. And she hands a name and she sticks a piece of parchment on your chest, Brontes, and it says Brent.
Brent?
She goes, come to the table and sit down. We've been waiting for you. Brent.
So adorable.
He looks confused. Yeah.
Oh, wait, who's next? Gay eel. Do we have a gay eel here?
Yeah, right here.
Gay eel. And she walks up
Right
and
here.
she sticks a name tape on Guile.
It's Guile, not that Gael.
Yeah.
That's a weird
Yeah,
fish.
that's what I said.
No,
That's what I said.
no. Because it's Gael.
Yeah, same thing. Okay. Let's see. Who could this be? Who's this one?
Love this.
She says, oh, here we go. Eritrea. Eritrea.
You look like the,
Eritrea.
you look like the bully in like a children's cartoon.
And she just sticks this this it's a sticker, right? But your characters it is sticky parchment on your chest. For you, it really sucks because it's bare skin right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm not. Ow. The worst
Go
part
in,
is that's
go in,
almost
sit down, sit down.
phonetically correct, and I'll walk in.
Eritrea. She goes, Oh, you're next. Okay. Hey, don't worry, your brother's already here. Ozzy I ass.
Wow.
It's not. You know what? Yes, fine. That works. Thank you. Thank you.
But
Very,
don't
very
worry, your
appreciative.
brother's already here.
Brother?
Yeah.
Which brother? Starts walking inside.
You walk in and you see this one guy, he's sort of sitting at the table, right? And he has a name tape and he says, I'm my name is Tanaios.
Tanias.
Don't tell
Is
him
he,
wrong, tan ass. But it's this guy sitting at the table. And she goes,
Is-
she said my
is this
brother
the-
was coming, but I don't have a brother.
I don't have a brother in this sense. And does he look like he's a nymph?
No, not at all.
I also you do not appear to be a nymph.
Well,
I'm sorry for your
and
loss.
the girl she says, oh no, it's because your name is Ozzy Iass and his name is Tan Ass. You have the same last name. Anyways, who's next? Who's next?
Why would anyone have a last name? Only the Dragonlords have last names.
Let's see. Oh, there he is. We have Dynemes. Dynemes.
Oh my god! It's so viciously cute.
Am I wearing a Tanuki suit? if I run really fast, can I start like getting a little bit? Can I get some lift?
You know, there are a lot of magic items in the world, big guy. I don't know which ones you got, but that was the art provided to me, so that I could identify you.
Oh,
But I mean, that's you, right? You are Dynemes.
I am Dynemes.
Oh my god! It's so
this is literally the least worst of them all.
This is the best one. This is
And
so
she says,
good.
and of course, there's me, Kyrie Ray Jepson. I'm also known. That's my stage name. My real name is Kyra of Mitros, poet laureate, and I am here for you. But please, come in.
Didn't you perform once and summon us possibly?
No. That was Miley Kyrus. I saw her. That was Miley Kyrus.
She
I remember
is
that
great.
concert. We got thrown out.
I loved Miley Kyrus.
If you like the Mighty Cyrus, you should try Taylor Swift. So fantastic.
I can never get a hold of her tickets. They always interfere with the game time.
She has this superstar athlete boyfriend, but it's hard to get tickets, but it's so much fun.
But
Next time
she
we
says,
meet
"Come
us,
on
we
in,
should
come on
go."
in," and she ferries you into to the table that's been set before you. She crawls back over the table, stepping on the food, kicking things over, and she sits back down. Sure enough, two people are sitting down at the table. The man introduced as Tanas, and then this one is introduced as Javen. Though he says it's pronounced Yvonne.
Hey, Eel, let's go. Get in here.
Guile has already followed Kylie, like walked over the table, everything, sat down right next to her.
Well, move your token then.
There we go.
There's a lot to explore here in this sour vintage. There are people all throughout here, and you can see behind the bar, the bar owner, the huntress, Etala, waves you down, and very quickly one of the serving girls brings over one of your drinks, whatever drink it was you ordered, And she says, everything is on the house for now. And then she looks at you and she goes, but don't do anything crazy because I'm fronting the bill here. All right? I heard about you and your party days, Gael. And especially you, Ten-Eye Ass.
It's Gael.
Oh, yeah, Guile, whatever.
Thank you. Danke.
Guile.
Ozias, it's quite rude to not introduce us to your family. I've been friends with you for how long, and you haven't introduced me to your brother yet?
The man, he's just like, my name is Tanaias. I am from Mitros, and this is my associate Yavan. We have been secured. So there's a big deal going on, but I'm going to explain everything really quickly. But first, no, you're not ready for it. Maybe. Thank you for answering my summons, and I'm going to be direct. I am here as directly and only as an agent of the Oracle. You know her, you love her. Her name's Versi, and then she looks over at one of you and waggles her eyebrows. He believes that there's great destinies that await you all, but great destinies are forged by greater deeds. Now, the Twin Titans have corrupted the heart of an ancient boar and unleashed it on these heartlands. It has been laying waste to all forms of civilization, and it's some serious shit. I heard that it's destroying the wine production in this area. Chaos, no more liquor. Yeah. It was sent to punish the mortals of Thylea for their continued faith in the five gods. Now, many have attempted to hunt the boar. All have failed. You, however, will not fail. Am I right? Huh?
You are quite correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Between
Absolutely.
myself and the Lion of Astoria, we will be able to take care of this. No problem.
Lion of Astoria. That's a good name.
I suppose the others will be helpful as well. But really, as long as we have the Lion of Astoria, our victory is secured. Have you ever seen her in the games?
Maybe. Wait. I know you. You're the one. You wear like the big mohawk thing, right? And like you do that funky dance every time you win? Yeah.
No, you're thinking of someone else.
Oh wait, you're the halfling, right? No,
No,
that's ridiculous.
That's associate. That's that's a common mistake. People commonly mistaken us for each other. And no, we're not related before you even ask. But now this board.
And then she looks at this, and she looks over at Dynamis, and she looks at this, and she looks over at Dynamis, and she goes, "No judgments. I know you druids of the old wood. You get down in your own ways, but
Have the rest of us actually seen this picture yet?
Oh yeah, she showed it to all of you.
Oh.
I'm not a druid.
You're from the old woods, though.
I'm from a lot of places.
Oh yeah, I bet you are. Don't worry, there's a whole bunch of food for vegan, vegetarian, anyone that you could hope for. I even got a bowl of nuts just for you, buddy.
No. Do you have Kleptico?
Yeah, they've got everything.
Great.
Such a fucking great picture.
She continues though,
That
and
is
she
going to
says,
be my profile picture now.
So, I mean, you guys just kind of, I thought I'd have to convince you a little bit, but, I mean, if you don't have any questions.
This is a boar. Roughly how big has this boar been? How big of a boar are we talking? You said it was a boar-like creature?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So
How
so despite what all the followers among the settlers might think, Sidon and Lutheria have always, well, they fucking hate you.
Yeah, they
Right?
do.
And so for 500 years, they were kind of shackled by this oath of peace. You heard about it, but the power of the oath is waning, and this beast is one of the many signs that they're gonna go to war again. Now, you've got to hunt this thing down and sacrifice it to one of the powers in Thylea. Great fame and riches are tied to offering such a great sacrifice to the gods, as you will. And the Order of Sidon has demanded that the boar be sacrificed to the Lord of Storms, but, I mean, everyone in Thylea knows that such offerings can alter the balance of power among the gods, so
That
I
ain't
would
happening.
encourage you not to give the honor of the kill to either of the. I mean, it's really up to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that ain't happening.
No, no way.
So we have to
do
fight a
we?
boar and sacrifice it to someone that's not one of the titans. That sounds easy enough.
This is very straightforward.
A
Absolutely.
lot of people have tried to hunt this boar, and they all died. I mean, I don't know if you know, but if you look over there, and she points in this direction, she says, you can see a table of losers who came back from there. Right? And as you follow her gaze, you see a table of like beat up people. One guy's got a broken arm, another one's missing an eye. They're all bloodied and broken, and they're angry, and they just look at her direction and just sort of spit in her direction. She goes, ah.
Jeez.
Is there some bad blood between you and them?
Oh no, I don't have any problem with them at all.
Ozias, if I buy them a round of drinks, will you do the talking?
I can do my best. Yes, I mean, Eritrea. I
Larry? Did you
didn't say
call her
lady.
Larry? Is your name really
I
Larry? Oh man, I've got to write that down.
no, no. Her name is not Larry. It's
That's a good name.
personal
Have you thought about
situation going
Larry
on. But
being
we're
your
trying.
stage name?
Yes.
It's a nickname. It's a nickname. It's a nickname for him, for me. Term of endearment.
Lion of Astoria, Eritrea, Larry. It makes sense. Larry.
It's a lot easier to say. Eritrea, the Lion of Astoria, is a mouthful.
What's the
Oh,
name
Larry's
of the
like a
store?
really step
Sure.
acronym.
What's the name? I'm sorry, Mr. Dynamus. Dynamus, correct?
Sure.
Denimes. It's right there on the name
Denimes.
tag.
Unimis.
Uh,
Yeah.
Mr. Denimes. What was the question you asked? I couldn't quite hear it over the din.
What's the name of the boar? A beast like this should have a name.
I mean, in my notes, I've kind of taken to calling it the the Boar of Legend.
I like that.
That's
Or
not bad.
legend.
I can appreciate a name like that.
Well,
An
is
excellent name.
everyone ready to have a boar roast of legend?
Well, and your mission tracker updates. She says, I've hired these two hunters, Tan Ias and Javen, and they're going to help us track down this boar tomorrow morning, bright and early. I want to make sure that you're well rested after your long travels from wherever the fuck you came from. Mm-hmm. I'm thoughtful like that.
It's
That
very,
is most
very kind
appreciated.
of you.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't want you to have a repeat of the last group. Yeah. So, anyways, um, there are some hunters that have encountered the boar before and survived. If barely, you could ask them about experience if you want. It's really up to you. You could talk to rumors around here. You could buy some things from Atala. She'll sell you some stuff. She's pretty well stocked. Um, and yeah, the two hunters are going to meet us here tomorrow morning, an hour before dawn, and lead us to the beast. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Excellent.
All right. Well, why don't we go buy a round of drinks for those hunters over there, so we can get any more
I
information
think
about
that would be a most
where
excellent
this thing
idea.
is.
Absolutely. and I'm currently on my way already there, clogging away with my hooves.
Good.
What
I'm not
y'all-
good at talking.
I
I'm
have
not a people person.
One question before you go.
What's the question, my dear?
Are you supposed to be a bard?
I just sort of look at him and say, "Oh, well, yes. I dabble in the musical arts."
So we've got more than one person here that plans to record the tales of the Oracle's chosen ones then.
We're about to have a bard off.
I have an idea. And it's a good one too, trust me, because all of my ideas are good ideas. Mostly. Sometimes.
Bard
Mostly.
off. Bard off.
That one
Bard
pickle.
off.
What's your
I like that.
what's your game?
So how about we both work on our own epic poems about this group's exploits, and when all is said and done, we have them both performed at the theater in Mitros. Whoever gets the most applause wins. I won't even show my tits.
I look at her and I say, "That is a fine wager, and I'll be happy to anticipate this. Although
That
I
means
do
you
have to
can't
warn
show
you."
your tits either.
Well, I figured I wouldn't
Teats?
have to.
Are they called teats? Is that insensitive?
No,
I've
no, they're
always
not
wondered.
cold teeth. It's a chest. It's a chest. You just sort of like
I do have
takes his-
one more question. Why don't you ever trust your rogue with your sandals?
I just look puzzled for a second. It's like my rogue with my sandals.
I look down at
Because
his
they'll steal
feet.
your souls.
Oh, that's actually pretty good.
Uh,
I like
okay.
that.
It's like that's a good one. I didn't think about it first. I was slow on that uptake, he says. All right.
But yeah, you go out and you kill that boar, and then you'll get rewarded at the end. Easy peasy, right? I mean, all we need is a lion. All we need is Larry of Astoria. So I mean, you guys could just sit back while Larry does it.
I have seen her. I've seen her kill quite a few things. She certainly would be able to do it.
Oh yeah, totally. Versi's never wrong. She's the Oracle.
Mhm.
She wouldn't have picked you if you couldn't do it. And then she looks across the room, and then she looks back at you, and she goes, "Yeah, totally."
I think I would look good with an eye patch, and I start walking over there to go to the bar to grab some drinks for the other table.
So like a
I
picture.
think I could rock an
on the
I think I
counter
could
at
rock
all?
an eye patch. I think I could rock an eye patch, right, Ozias? And I just start thinking about, like on this side, my good side.
Honestly, you probably could, but I don't think your father would forgive me if I allowed you to lose an eye.
Don't tell him. Easy.
So
Done.
Brontez, Eritrea, and Ozias are going to the hunter's table. Move your tokens. What is Dynamis and Guile doing? Guile is nowhere near this table. He's wandered off.
I'm looking around for Guile. I don't know where he is.
He's behind the
Bartending.
bar.
Saw the chat and I'm like, that's hilarious. I imagine Eritrea mid as Guile jumps over the bar too and just goes whoop, and so looks over, oh, this is gonna be bad, and just kind of looks back over.
No, not again.
Oh no.
You cannot do the cosmonaut. We've been over this.
Guile, you can't do this.
Yes, I can. I was a bartender once.
No, you
The
weren't.
bartender,
How do you know?
The owner, Atala, she looks at you and she goes, can I help you?
I'm here to help. I'm the bartender. They were having a boring conversation. I'm just here to help. You don't have to pay me if you don't want to.
Roll 2d6.
Well, we're gonna have to pay her.
If you work the night, I'll pay you 7 lepta.
Ma'am, remove
That sounds
all
like
the
a good deal.
candles
He
off the
puts his
bar.
hand out.
She will shake your hand.
All right, who wants a barn burner?
What?
It's a barn burner. You take the air, you put the liquor, set on fire, and drink it.
No fire.
You are the party pooper.
This guy right here is like, yeah, I'll take 3.
You got it.
No, you won't. You sit down. No fire. Remember the ferrets? Remember the ferrets.
These two are like, I don't know what a ferret is, but you're kind of cute, Blondie.
Oh, thank you. And by the way, the
This
ferret.
guy with his hair, he's got way too much hair. He's like, I don't want any fire. Too much product.
Okay, so you just have a butt. And by the way, the ferrets, not my fault. They escaped on their own.
And this woman, she looks at you, Dynamis, and she goes, "Would I be wrong if I were to ask you, why would you ever buy a griffin when you could purchase a hippogriff?"
Why do I feel like we're gonna be buying a hippogriff?
I think you're
Oh,
the
it's
hypocrite.
fine. It's fine. It's okay. Someone strong like you, though, they're always looking for fresh blood at the fight pit. It's on the other side of the building. If you want to earn some coin or make some bets.
I am okay with that. Remove the candles off this bar.
The drinks are
Um,
already served and on fire. Now,
All right.
now blow it out.
So you all, the other group, have split off, and you've gotten a round of drinks, and you're headed towards these sort of defeated-looking hunters. And this one here, ooh, so handsome. Um, looks at you as you approach and goes, "I have seen you talking to that horrible woman who makes terrible jokes all day. What do you want?"
Here to
We're
offer a round of drinks. And I just
We are sitting here mourning the loss of our friends after she has sent us to our deaths.
Who
And
did?
one of the other ones goes, yeah, I thought that we were shoo-ins. We got these letters saying that we were chosen and we were going to be great heroes. And then we went out to hunt this boar. And, oh, poor, poor Dantho. He never came back. Came out of nowhere. Mm.
The
This
poet
one goes,
laureate sent you against the boar.
and this one he sort of nods and rubs his beard. He goes, well, not exactly. No. Yes. He only goes, all but sent us against the boar. She told us that great destiny awaited whoever defeated the boar, and they would get their futures told by the oracle. So we showed up and we banded together and we went to hunt the boar.
Ah, and that's one
And
of your
this one
men,
says, yeah, but it's not a normal boar. He and turns toward you and says, "Hi, hey, you're kind of cute, Satyr."
He it says, it says, well, I look at him back and I also begin to sort of shrug and it's like, I appreciate the compliment, my friend. And he just sort of like takes like a seat between the two of them as he just sort of plants himself aside. I, well, I believe I am in good company between many of you. I would like to many of you lift your somber attitudes. Your death of your friend does not come out of unwarranted. I would like to say to you, each one of you, that I would like to ask of you what troubles did you encounter with this boar that skewered unfortunately your friend. I would like to see if I can sing him a song for a ferryman, sing him on his way, so that may be at peace with his soul. After all, you are his friends and his comrades. I would love to sing it that you may uplift your spirits and know that he is in the better place. For an Elysium he may go.
And I'm assuming you guys distribute out the round of drinks you bought.
Yeah, we
Yep,
we
I
send
hand
the
them out.
Well,
drink down, and
if
I
you bought
actually would
drinks for
like 'em-
Diantho, then that is acceptable. And they pour out a little bit, and they say for Lutheria, for Diantho, and they pour out a little more, and then they down the drinks.
follow
When
suit.
they do, they look across the room, and you can see a priestess of Lutheria sitting next to a little shrine, just sort of supervising. Standing next to some candles. There's her art.
I see.
Go ahead and make me a persuasion check, Brontes.
All right.
You're looking for a 10.
Well, I got anything below 10 and it goes straight up because of my College of Eloquence.
Oh, nice. So what? You had 8? Holy shit.
Yeah. Goes all the way up.
Yeah, so in 18. Wow. They say, sit, and we will tell you the tale of this boar. It is possessed of an unnatural intelligence. Ah, yes, it was blessed by the Lord of Storms, it was, and and the Lady of Dreams. It will drive you mad with its visions. Yes, and it is unnaturally guarded amongst the woods. It can sneak like. And one of the other ones, she starts crying. She goes, like a rogue that stole my sandals. And another, the first one, he says, yes, yes, can you believe that woman? I can't believe. While we were laying, getting slaughtered by this boar, she looked to me and she said, do you know what she said? She said, well, I guess you can't say that this fight is boring.
Try to stifle a snicker, and I'll probably end up like trying to chug my drink to stop myself.
There's like an invisible crinkle on Brontes's nose
She
trying
said
to
that
keep the
one of
focus.
us was going to hog all of this spotlight. I don't even know what a spotlight is. And then she said, and then she said that we were going to go wee all the way home. Roast beef. Puh.
That made
Oh,
no
man.
sense. Why would she say roast beef?
She
Roast of
says that
lamb.
we should lure out this beast with roast beef because it goes to market to buy the roast beef.
She said that the pig goes out and buys roast beef.
Yes, and she said that it also stays home.
That if Brontes himself begins to like think for a second, it's like I believe I sympathize with you, so my friend. It is hard for you to understand.
And then this one here, he looks over at you and he goes, but they do speak the truth. It will drive you mad if you look at it. Or, what's worse, it will call its allies from the forest. We thought that we were hunting a boar, and we found ourselves surrounded by 9.
Were the 9 as
Yes,
big as
and,
it?
and that was not even counting the big one. Mm-hmm.
Were they all the same size? Were they all
We weren't able
massive?
to even recover the body of our friend. And the girl, she says, I thought that I was going to be blessed by the gods, and I have lost everything with this mission. I do not understand how that foul woman could sit and make jokes on our behest whenever we were losing so much. And then the singing. Oh, the horrible singing.
The singing.
Yes, she said she was trained by the finest musicians in Mitros, but when she sings, it sounds like a sack of cats being slapped against a tree.
I've seen that.
That actually, there's a Mitrosian music subculture, but that actually makes a lot of sense.
She kept calling it the puka. I don't even know about a puka.
We are sorry for your loss, but were all the boars the same size, or were they all...
They were all magnificent-sized swine, easily 800 pounds. We encountered one, and we thought that was the great boar, and then there were 8 others just like it. And then the true great boar, the boar of legend, appeared. It commanded the very... It radiated fear and madness, touched by Thylea herself, the mistress of dreams. It was easily twice the size of a cart. 3 times the size of a cart, says the old man.
GM, do these people, you said that they have like some eye patches and things like that. Do they look like they're still sporting like some fresh wounds and such?
They look beat to shit.
All right.
But it is like they're all treated wounds. You know, they don't have the blood of heroes. They don't heal like
we do.
yeah.
Thank you, Guile.
I said no problem.
What is that? And I'm looking at Ozias. What is that?
I don't know. I think it's an alcohol.
Are you gonna try it?
This girl here looks you up and down, Guile, as you walk by.
Do you something for the bar?
Need something for the bar.
More wine, please.
Okay, I'll be back.
Brontes.
Yes.
Something about that girl. There's something about her.
No. The bard itself, or the person looking across the room from me?
This girl. At the next table over that was just talking to Guile.
Oh.
Now I'm saying Gale. Ugh.
Gale.
Damn it, Carrie Ray Jepsen.
Oh, so something about her. Something just feels off?
Something feels off, yeah.
I just sort of begin to watch her for a second.
But she begins watching you and smiles in your direction.
I look at her and I smile and I just sort of like take out my little pan flute and I just sort of like make a small tune. Whew.
Okay. These ones, they say, now's not the time for merrymaking. We're trying to mourn our friend. If you want that grabassery, you can go back to the other table.
No, please.
And he sort of slams the bowl down and then downs the whole thing.
Ozias would, looking around, seeing all these different all these people as they are injured, would say, "My friends, if I may, with your consent, I would wish to offer healing to all of you and to your injuries."
We've been treated by the priestess. And this one says, I myself am a priestess to the 5 gods. I worked at the temple in Mitros before I came out this way. My friend was a letter carrier for the Mercury messengers, and she told me of letters she was delivering. So I came out this way. But my healing magic was not enough to save my friends. And she starts crying.
Oh, please come now.
She will cry on your shoulder, Brontes.
He just sort of like thinks to himself. It's like, sort of like takes his hand, puts on her shoulder, and she says, "Know that your friend is currently crossing the river Styx. His journey will soon come to an end." And says, "Let me please play a song for him. Tell me, what is his best traits? Tell me the journey that you had, and let me sing for him."
They will start to regale. Do the other two of you have anything in particular you want to talk to this group about before they go into this sort of morning ritual?
Nope, they answered all my questions. I have a theory, but I didn't want to bring it up in front of them, just in case it offended them. So
Okay.
I was going to wait till we were away.
Yep, same here.
I
Okay.
would. How close are we to a nearby forest? Like from this inn, is like there a forest just nearby, or is there?
So the Heartlands are mostly farmlands,
Okay.
but it is very well spread out farmlands. Golden wheat fields in every direction, farmhouses, small rolling hills.
Okay. What I, as Ozias, would like to do after hearing all this conversation about hearing about the boars who were summoned in the midst of this fight, would like to step outside, giving Eritrea, the usual best friend communication look of I'm going to step outside for a moment. And I would like to see if I can find a local animal life, and I would like to use speak with animals to see if any of the wildlife can actually give me some insight on what's going on, because they're just as much part of this, and they might be able to give me some information that the humans might not have.
Roll me a d20. This is going to be using your secret ability score, your luck score.
20.
Oh,
20.
your luck score is going to go down by one. But as you're looking out, you see a turkey.
I mean, wild turkey, that's nothing to sneeze at. I will cast Speak with Animals, approach the turkey, and in my newfound turkey speak, say to it, the. I would say to it, the mountains send their greetings, noble lord of this land. May I request? Do you have May I bother you for a moment? I wish to inquire of a monstrous creature that has been rampaging against the humans. I fear it may also be rampaging against the land and others of this place.
Many have fled the forests because of the pig. Yes, Gorthok rages.
Gorthok, that is the name of this boar, this creature.
That is what they have told me. Great and mighty Mystios, turkey whisperer.
Are there any? Can't believe I'm asking this. Are there any amongst the forest of the lands of the fields who stand against Gorthak? Is there a
None.
revolution?
None. But none but the slaughtering humans that would kill us where we stand. Gorthak is the champion of the forest to reclaim what was taken.
But yet, he drives all of you out as well. Is there anything that you, O great and noble bird, might be able to share with us? For we go to stand against Gorthak, to bring an end to his rage. Is there anything you might offer to be able to, any information or knowledge that you might be able to offer to help us in this endeavor?
The greatest of knowledge I could offer you, brave Mystios and turkey whisperers, flee with your lives and keep them, for Gorthok commands the goatlings.
The goatlings? Do I know what a goatling is?
Everybody in Thylea knows what fucking goatlings are. This setting does not have goblins, it does not have kobolds, it does not have orcs. Though there are
It
some half-orcs who
has
get lost here. But it has goatlings, foul and evil little creatures.
goatlings. Do the goatlings?
Children of Lutheria.
Are the goatlings helping the boar? Are they commanding Gorthak? Are they? How are they helping him? How are they with him?
I do not know myself. I hide on the edges of the farm and pray that I am not slaughtered for November meals.
I understand.
I was told by a halfling named Sibo that November is whenever they slaughter my kind the most.
Hmm. Do you perchance know where these goatlings reside? Do they reside with Gorthak, or do they reside elsewhere? Do they avoid his
I do not
range?
have this answer. I live in the nearby farms.
I see. I see. I thank you very much for your information, O great and noble
With
bard.
food?
I'll take out a ration and break it up into bits, and I will set it down on the ground near him.
What kind of ration? Are you giving the turkey smoked sausage?
Probably not. I mean, what kind of? I would say it'd probably be like a dried, probably a dried bread of some kind.
It will eat the bread. It makes very, very scathing comments the entire time about the bread.
If you wish, I can see about getting you something better from inside.
No, no, no. It's more of the lines of, oh, fuck yeah, bread. Oh, who's your
Oh,
daddy? I'm your
oh,
daddy. Give me that
oh.
fucking bread. Take it.
Okay.
Take it. Oh, I love
I
bread. Come
I
here.
leave him before he
Yeah.
gets too far into his over enjoyment of this bread, and I'll head back inside.
Yeah, you can still hear your spell for as long as you concentrate on it.
I
This
drop
turkey
concentration.
outside going to town. Well,
Drop.
as soon as you drop concentration, you hear
Head back inside.
All right, while this is going on, Guile, it looks like you're still making drinks and such. Is there anything in particular different you would like to do?
Um, so he does bring the wine back to that girl who asked.
Yeah.
Here she goes, the wine you asked for. It's one for you. I brought extras for the table. Of course, one for the terrier. Looks over his shoulder, pours one out.
Yeah. You see the priestess across the bar. She's sort of,
And is anything else I could get you, maybe?
No, I'm fine, thank you. She drinks, and you see her just making sweet eyes towards Brontes.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Those freaking satyrs. And he will now wander his way over. I'm gonna check out the fighting pit, see if anyone over there is thirsty.
All right, that is in the bottom of the thing. Dynamis, what are you doing? I see you hanging out with Kyrie Ray Jepsen.
No. I was headed into the fighting pit. I just left myself there so
I
I
got
could
you.
transition in.
So as you go into the fighting pits, you can see men and women screaming and cheering. There is this well-dressed minotaur inside. He's wielding a big wooden axe, and he slams his competitor across the room. The competitor hits the ground, sprays out, and the minotaur, yeah, that's how we do it in the Great Games. And they all start chanting. Theros, 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 Theros. He goes, I'm the champion of Mitros.
Debbie's, I think you could take this one.
I want his hat.
And you all listening to Brontes begin his song can hear cheering coming from this other room and the bellowing of someone claiming victory.
Do I hear Champion of Mitros? Because if it instantly I kind of just like get up, set my drink down, and just like walk that way.
What's your passive perception?
That's a good question. Let me look.
Good question. We should all be able to answer, actually.
They might as well.
No fire as he walks into the fight pit. That's awesome.
It's loading very slowly, but it's loading.
Fair enough. While you figure that out, Brontez. Now, as a bard,
Yes.
are you proficient in the performance skill?
Oh, you know it.
Okay, so as a bard, you can just say that you play a good song, and I'm gonna go with it. Or you can let the dice decide your fate and decide to roll a performance check to see how good of a song you play.
Okay. I would like to see if I can roll the dice then, and I would love to see what happens. Let's make it interesting.
Make me a performance check.
Very well. And may I do so with my favorite instrument, with the flute?
Yeah.
All right. Let me go ahead and let me roll it with the flute, and making sure here. Do.
With 15, you absolutely hear this guy yell that out. It's a big minotaur. He's loud.
Yeah, I would go that way.
All right. Fantastic. And I will happily roll this. Ooh.
Mm.
Wow.
Damn.
Jeez.
With a 29, you start playing a haunting melody. And everybody in the bar, save Carrie Ray Jepsen and Tanias and Yvonne, start crying with how beautiful a job you do with a 29. Carrie Ray Jepsen says, this might be a little harder than I thought. Bullshit. Go ahead and roll me 2d20.
Absolutely.
People start throwing lepta at you. That's unfortunate.
That is very unfortunate. It's okay. I'm doing it for free today. Just, oh, the rugged fields where the shadows fall, beneath the summer's splendid thrall. Our groups have met today with the fates' greatest play. To carve thy names and bloods today, let us begin drinking, for thy greatest name let it begin.
Take inspiration.
All right, and I
You were
just
made to
start.
be a bard.
I'm ready for this. I got verses. I'm writing them stuff down. I have inspiration. Keep that.
Yeah. Yeah, these ones say, when you finish your song, these hunters, they say, so do you mean to go kill the boar?
We intend to see if we can get rid of it. If not for the group people of Thylea.
We wish you the greatest of luck.
Thank you.
Whatever you do not turn your back on that foul woman.
Turns towards the bard for a second.
This girl, she looks at you and she goes, I am a trained acolyte of the five. Could you allow me a second chance to soothe your wounds as you go hunt this boar to make up for the failure that I had with my friends?
Absolutely. If you wish to come, then you may come along. I'll gladly take anyone's aid. Let it know that fate has given you a second chance.
She says to you, my name is Halise, and I will remain by your side. She looks down and she says, Brent.
He just sort of like covers up the name tag for a second.
Name tags.
It's Brontez, actually, but I very much appreciate it. I shall remember your name as well. Come, let's enjoy the festivities. Enjoy your drink. For tomorrow we will rise and hunt the boar, and I will happily write down the names of all who participated and those who fell. They should be remembered.
Be there by your side forever.
And
Great
Brontes sort of
hero.
thank you. Brontes stands up. He sort of like looks at the girl who's been giving him eyes,
Mm-hmm.
and he sort of just waves to her. And then he just sort of turns around and looks at Ozias. So, what do you plan on? You plan on taking some drink as well, or do you plan on watching the fight?
I was, of course, planning on having a drink or two. Where did Eritrea go?
I
I
don't
would
know.
have.
Damn it, God.
No, I would have walked right up to Dynamis, and I probably would have tried to start talking to him about the guy's movements and like calling out his weaknesses to kind of because it looks like Dynamis is probably watching
Wait.
this guy to see if he's gonna
So
probably
this
like
guy
kind of
down
getting
here
up next to him.
I can
This
hear
guy down here
Eritrea's
seems to be the one in
analysis going
trouble.
on somewhere.
And he looks around and he says, "Are there any who would fight the next round?"
Yeah, just give me
And
a sec. I'm
the
trying to.
big guy, he walks over to a table and he sits down heavily and starts drinking.
I got him. Just give me a minute. I'm putting my stuff on. Just Gal, get me the mall. No, not that one. Get me the mall. The one you dropped on the cat.
Oh, that one's a cat killer. I don't like touching it.
It meows.
I'll pick it up for him and just kind of go here, this one.
Yeah.
No,
Thank you.
but wait, before you get in there, sit, and you there. All of a sudden, there's this little stool, and you kind of pushes you on it, and he's rubbing your shoulders, and you see he's got like this like grease or Vaseline like thing in his hand, and he rubs your eyebrows, and he's checking you out, and he is like, Dosway, you got this. This fake creature thing was just won't. You're better. You can do it. I believe in you. You got this, kid. Go get him, Rocky. All of a sudden, just happens, and you swear he was in sweatpants for a second.
You're a bum, Rocco. You were born a bum and you always been a bum.
But
Did you
using
just become geriatric for a second?
so when his voice changed, that massage felt really well, and unknowing to him, he's going to use a sorcerer point and subtly cast protection from good and evil.
Oh.
Okay. Hit that wild search button.
Oh man.
Question: does that work if I'm trying to put my armor on now that it's all greased up underneath?
No, so he doesn't
Yeah, it
grease.
works fine.
It doesn't grease all of you up, just like those high points where people get hit, so you don't bleed into your eyes.
Okay.
Quite normal for pancreatitis, which is a unarmed fighting is pretty popular among the Greeks. So, for this fight pit, they have wooden weapons. It will do whatever type of damage a weapon normally does, except it's bludgeoning instead of piercing or slashing or what have you. Magic is not allowed. And this guy informs you that you can fight each other. You could fight one-on-one one of the competitors, or you could fight as a team against a team of competitors. It's your choice.
Question. I have my racial ability. Does that count as magic?
It's not a spell.
Okay. I point to the big guy.
He points back at you. You want to fight? You want to fight the champion of Mitros?
I want you to have a fair fight, not against a little discount Orlando Bloom from Troy.
Oh man! Oh man!
Snap!
The words have been dropped.
This guy sort of scoots out of the arena, shame in his eyes. He looks at you, swearing vengeance, and runs out of the sour vintage, never to be seen again.
Vengeance on me for calling him that?
Yep.
That's okay. It's not the worst thing I've said.
Distracted by an overly excited turkey.
You're killing him!
He's gonna bring home a turkey tonight to eat. Protein, build muscle. So are you wanting to do a solo match then?
Are you wanting to drag someone with you? Like the Lion of Astoria, or...
Is it... Would it seem like a fair fight if it was 2-on-1 with him?
I mean, you could try and talk him into it if you wanted. But it really depends on what the other fighter accepts, you know what I mean?
Because she's looking a little antsy, a little jittery, like she wants to throw down.
I think that's directed to you, Rose.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, she's just excited because, I mean, you just called that dude out. Like, I haven't seen that enthusiasm. That mirrors my own enthusiasm whenever I'm in the arena, so I'm just kind of excited I got someone like that on the team. It's like, all right, yeah, this could be great. I've never been on this side before, but if you want to fight, I'm game. I would probably, to make it a fair fight, say that'd be 2-on-2, though. I would say it'd be a little unfair if it was us versus just him.
Okay.
The Minotaur looks and he says, "With your feeble bodies, I think that I'll handle the both of you with no problem. But, Lord, gods know that there's no way you could beat me in a fair square match. So, yes, you could go 2-on-1 if that's what makes you feel safer at night."
So you accept?
I have a question, DM. Would this lose me piety as an unfair fight?
Yes.
I can't do it. I won't do it. This would lose me piety. I say I would, and this wouldn't seem fair. I know what I can do. This wouldn't be fair.
He does not know what you can do, but he
I
he said if that's what you need to feel like you're brave enough to fight, to gang up on me 2-on-1, by all means, I'll take it. I need to practice.
I can't honorably take that unless it's evenly matched.
Ah. Well then. Is it the two of you or the three of you? And he looks at you, Ozias. He goes, "Are you in, skinny man, or are you out?"
I don't believe in killing people needlessly.
But don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to knock you out.
No, I mean, I can't hold back. But no worries, I believe Dynamis should be at your level.
I'm ready.
No,
big grin on my face.
I legit can't hold back. I mean...
Champion of Mitros, I really do suggest you have another person on your team for this. It would be unhonorable of me to not insist upon this.
I was just seeing if I needed 2 or 1.
Oh.
If you were bringing 2 people into the match, or just 1.
I mean, if he gets a second on there, Eritrea, it might not be a bad idea. You'd be able to learn how to fight alongside Dynamis.
That's what I was thinking. It's a learning experience for the board.
It'd be team building exercises.
So 2 represent themselves. There's Monachus and there is Veterino.
We've traveled together, but we haven't fought together, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And even while you were traveling together, you really didn't associate a whole bunch, right? Because like you guys were traveling,
yeah,
not like hanging out on carts together and rubbing feet or some shit.
that I was busy corralling.
Do it, guys. Just both of you get in there and fight him.
No, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it. I
Or
wouldn't fight
your
him.
skinny little friend wants to go in. Both of the guys would get to be in the match.
Did you just call me skinny or
Skinny?
Bronte?
You did, yeah.
You call us free. Oh, okay. I look at the guys as well. Your horn's not all that impressive, let's be honest. But if you wish to put it to the test, I can gladly clash.
I can
Oh.
bring them back from the dead if need be. Well, not from the dead, but near death.
Wonderful.
Those
would like
eyes,
to
you
have
said
both
team
of you, I could-
building.
That's true. That is a very
All right.
good point.
Team building. Come on, this is
If,
your idea.
These other two
Guidance.
wish to join in, then yes.
Eritrea and Brontes
Brontes is hopping in.
versus Theris, Monachus, and Veterino. Am I understanding this correctly?
Wait, Brontes, are you going in, Brontes?
So I'm looking at Brontes. I'm like, I don't know about you, buddy.
It's like, unless Ozai steps in, Bronte says, you know what?
I was gonna, yeah, no. If he's saying he wants to have a 3-on-3, he's gonna step in.
Oh, okay. If you want to, go
Absolute
ahead.
worst case, I might have to pull someone back from the brink of death, but
Wouldn't be the first time. It'd be okay.
Oh yeah, no, I would go in
Alright.
instead of Brontes.
Okay, he pulled me off to the side, and I just sort of like, okay, I relent.
Nope, get out of the way.
I'm gonna go up to Brontes and tell him to start writing this down. He's gonna want to get this.
Oh,
All
don't
right,
worry,
so
I'll be
it
writing
is
everything down.
currently midnight. Do you guys want to call this and do this next week, or do you want to push through? I know it's midnight for you guys on the East Coast there.
Hang on.
I have the least say. It's 9 p.m. where I'm at.
If we do wait till next week, we'd get all the bonuses that we have too.
That is true. That might not be a bad idea.
I'm good for either. My little guy looks passed out, so
Well, pick one or the other.
I could stay up for about an hour more.
Brian, do you agree?
There's just I know what I want to do.
Do you want to fight, or do you want to call it here? It's all down to you, man. Rest of us are good.
Sure.
Fight.
Okay.
Let me get a pen
This
and paper.
guy,
and
he
let's do
stands
this.
up and he says, 6 enter, only 3 will live. Man, to woman, to lion, to bull. Choose your weapons. Do you fight Pancreatus, or do you fight armed?
Does he still have his wooden axe?
Oh yeah, no, I'm in favor of unarmed.
I would pick up a Dorada.
To arms! And everyone starts cheering. And he says, do you fight for sport or to the death?
Sports.
Sport. I have no
Sport.
reason to kill.
To his credit, the Minotaur, he says, we are only fighting for sport. I do not kill unless it is for the great games.
I do not kill unless I have to.
I understand that you cannot. For sport! They start taking bets. Out of the pair of you that are not inside the ring, do you want to bet? Do you want to not bet?
Guile will bet that his friends here will win.
How much do you bet?
I don't know how much I have.
Neri, the blonde that usually follows Eritrea, is gonna walk up to Guile and hand him a bag of coin and say, bet with this, and just walk off. She's familiar with this game.
She knows how this works.
Yeah.
I tossed my coin pouch to Guile, and I don't know, what was it, 5 drachmae?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And this.
Type your bet into the chat bar, just so it's locked in on roll 20.
What is it? What, 10 total?
John, just so it's stated, I get the impression that if I used a shape, that would be cheating.
I mean, it's not a spell, but they did say magic. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's not clear, and it hasn't been made clear because it hasn't been asked.
Mm-hmm.
Effectively, you are the elementalist in this world, so they can't make rules against you because they don't know you exist.
You don't know everything I can do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of all of us with this fight.
Yeah. All right, if that's the case, go ahead and roll yourselves into initiative.
With the
Click your token, and you can press that sweet, sweet initiative button.
pops up at the top.
Oh, Veterino got a nat 20.
I roll low for initiative so much lately. Oh.
Well, that is an excellent effect.
Oh, yes, it's going to drag you whenever it's your turn. That is Turn Tracker 1 API script for Roll20. Did you get a nat 20, Eritrea?
Yes.
Oh, okay then.
It's green, so I'm assuming it is.
What?
Little 20 symbol when I roll it for the dice, it was green. So I
Oh,
assume
yeah.
that's
Yeah, it is. It is a nat 20. It says 20. There you go. All right, well then. He says, ready, fight!
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't think I...
Click your token, then hit initiative up top.
Yep.
Top left.
Alright.
Oh, neat. There we go.
Oh,
Got
of
it.
course. Which one did I roll? I don't know.
All right, Eritrea.
All right, I am going to throw my spear and at the big guy, and then I'm going to use my ability that lets me do it a second time with one of those charges.
Okay, so with your action, you want to attack with your spear. You have an ability that allows you to throw that spear twice as a bonus action for a charge.
That's
Is
yeah,
that
that's what I was
you're talking
wanting
about?
to. It's the it's the one it's my
Thrown
dex
Weapon
times.
Master?
Yeah, so it's Thorn Weapon Master, right?
It is.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
That's also what makes spears return to you. So a nat 1 is going to miss. A 27 is going to hit. A 28 is going to hit. So that will be, let's see here. He is a humanoid. You are throwing. So a 27 is going to hit for 13, and then a 28 is going to hit for 19.
Yep, that's my action bonus action. Can I? No, never mind. I think I already used my bonus action, so I can't mark. What is that one player Dungeon Master's guide where you can mark a target? Is that a bonus action to do?
No, it's an action whenever it's part of an attack when you hit someone with a melee attack.
Okay, I will do that next time then, since I didn't call it ahead of time.
Well, you didn't hit with a melee attack.
That's true.
All right, Veterino. Veterino, being the established veteran that he is, he's going to run up to Ozai. And you see as he pulls out two swords, and he makes 3 attacks at you. 1, 2, 3.
All except the last one will hit. Is this a sand pit?
No, it's worked stone, kind of like you see.
Okay, cool.
So 19 for 8, 20 for 8. So that'll be 16 points to you.
Okay, as he goes to strike with the first blade, as it gets close to my skin, there's almost like this materialization of almost like this purplish dust in the air. As my earth mantle takes the first 8 hit, but as he comes back with a second one, that is gone. And that puts me at 22 hit points.
I'm sorry. So what you used your reaction to do what now?
Not my reaction, no. It's just my earth mantle. So, as an earth elementalist, every time I take a long rest, I
Him.
wake up.
Okay.
I have temporary hit points. I'm saying
Gotcha.
that manifest says it's just as the sword gets close. Have you ever seen? If you've seen Naruto, Gaara's like perfect defense, where the sand just seems to appear in the air and
I
takes the hit.
understand.
That's sort of what happens with the dust there.
Okay. All right, but that is his turn.
I had posted my reaction. I didn't want to interrupt you while you were doing it, but I have the vigilance ability from my subclass, which allows me to, as a reaction, attack someone that attacks my ally.
Okay.
I'd posted it, but I didn't want to interrupt you
Is he
mid-speech.
within range?
Of my spear, I can throw it, right?
Oh, okay.
So I will throw it, and I will make that roll.
So you see as this Amazon just starts chucking this spear and it hits and bounces back to her hand over and over and over. 4 times in 6 seconds, apparently. For 15 points of damage.
Jeez.
Yeah, as soon as the guy tries to attack Ozias, that's when the spear just comes lobbed right at him.
Alright. Next up is Monachus. Yep. Monachus is going to run up. And he says, you fight like a girl! And he attacks 3 times.
That's
Let me
so
show you what I
nice.
learned in Aresia. And he attacks 3 times. Doof, doof, doof. I need you to make. Hold on, 1 second. So that's going to be. What do we got here? We got a 23 with the first one
That'll hit.
for 7. I need you to make a strength saving throw. An 8 with the second one will miss, and a 17 with the third one. Does a 17 hit?
No.
All right, so you will take 8 damage from the 7 damage from the first one, and when he hits you, you feel your arm go numb, and you drop the spear. And with his item interaction, he's going to pick up your weapon. It's his turn. This guy says, huh, now it's my turn. Hummer! And he charges. All right, he is going to reckless attack. Getting advantage on all attacks. Here we go. 1 second. Ba, 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 da. Here we go. Roll20's being super slow for me. There it is. All right, so first swing. Gore with a charge. That's a 23 to hit Dynamis. He
Yes.
follows up with a great axe. All right, so a 23 to hit Dynamis for. I need you to make a strength saving throw, and you will take 22 points of piercing damage. As he slams his head straight into you and slams you into the wall behind you.
Strength save. Where? Sorry, give me a sec here.
If you click your token, you're going to see a bar pop up. One of them says saves. Uh, 24, you are not knocked prone as he slams into you, but he follows up with a 25 to hit you for another 15. So that's going to be 37 points of damage to Dynamis on his turn. Mitros! Ozias.
Ozias. All right. Trying to decide how much I want to do, and I am going to. Damn it, Hunter's Mark would be a spell. I don't want to cheat like that. Um. So bonus action, what I'm actually going to do is Amethysto's Armament, which honestly it's the same. It's just Obsidian Armament. Put that up on there. But as
It
a
looks
bonus
like
action,
Dynamis is bloodied.
all right, as a bonus action, basically, um, over in his backpack there is this gigantic, this is geode that he keeps with him. It's an elemental spark for him, that he carries with him, which carries his best friend, Amethystos, an elemental spirit of earth. That is going to crack and rotate. And this purple gem dust is going to come out, subtly move underneath my clothing, and coat my arm underneath the clothes with this jewel-like, almost jewel-like armor. Allows me to now attack this action strike. But seeing that Dynamis is damaged and hurt, I am going to step down to here so that Eritrea gets flanking on Monachus, and I'm going to look at this guy, this veteran in front of me. I'm going to say I'm just going to borrow a little bit, and I'm going to use Siphon on him.
Okay.
As I'm going to step really close and go to just slam him directly into his stomach. Uh, that's a 12 to hit.
A 12. Let's see here. A 12. So when you do, he just sort of swipes away, says, borrow what? No! And he gets ready to follow up with a strike.
I knew I should have used precise strike. But that is going to be turn in the meantime.
All right. Dynamis. This guy hits like a truck.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought my guy was a little bit more than that. Um, I'm I'm going to um, I'm gonna get big.
It'll get swole.
All right. That's an action, I believe, right?
You can use your action to unleash divine energy within yourself, setting your eyes ablaze with a fury as your towering form swells. The instant you transform, your size is doubled in all dimensions and your weight is multiplied by 8. This growth increases your size by 1 category. If there isn't enough room for you to double in size, you attain the maximum possible size in the space available. Your weapons also grow to match your new size.
Yeah, so you grow big. As you see Dynamis just, "Rah!" and suddenly he is bigger than this Minotaur, even close to 15 foot tall.
And that's my action, so as a bonus action, I'd like to rage.
Um, you hear Kyrie Ray Jepsen say, "Ooh, looks like that Minotaur's about to have a big problem." And then Dynamis just goes into a rage. Ah!
Oh, that's not good.
like you look over at her and she is going crazy. She's like, yeah. She's got a big like wooden hand with a finger on her hand. And she is like slamming that finger on Yvonne's head. He's like, and she's, yeah, rip him
Somehow
apart.
she has face paint on already.
Yeah. Like she's going full WWE fan.
It's just a big.
Eritrea, you are unarmed.
I know. I was gonna say, is there any other weapons I can grab?
Not from where you're standing. You can make your way back over to the weapons rack at the top of the stairs, if you want, or you can figure something else out.
I mean, I can get over there with my bonus action. I just was hoping there's something I could grab, but I don't want to grab it. I can't grab it from him. And I only said I picked up the one. I didn't say I picked up two or anything, so I can't logically say that I picked up more than one or a chakram or something. So I'm going to bonus action use. What did we call it? The Blessing of the War God?
Blessing of the War God.
Ooh.
What you named it? Oh, it's magic. Never mind. It's like specifically magic.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but keep going.
As a bonus action, I can teleport 30 feet and get resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Oh, okay, that.
But it's obviously magic though, so I don't want to do that. That'd be cheating.
Okay.
And the weapons rack is what, in this corner, or is it on the other stairs?
It's next to Guile.
Okay, I'm going to 5e shuffle and provoke an attack as a movement then probably.
Yeah, that's going to provoke from Monakas. And he's going to swing at you. Blam! What do we have here? A 22 to hit you for 4, and I need a con save. As he hits you in the pressure point for a stunning strike.
Ooh.
You are not stunned, but you do take 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
That is fine. I will subtract that. And I'm going to grab a few spears, just to be on the safe side.
You grab a few spears.
Or Doradas. Right. That was my movement to move. And then
your action to grab more than one item, yes.
Yep, and I have still have a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
I was, as a bonus action, going to use my Amazonian battle cry.
Oh, nice. Do you want to describe what that's like?
I mean, it's pretty much the thing from Xena, but I can't make that sound because I have a sleeping baby on my lap.
So, as a bonus action, you release your battle cry and enter a frenzy. The frenzy lasts for 1 minute and grants you the benefits. You have advantage on attacks against your favorite enemy. You have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Advantage on saving throws against being frightened or paralyzed. Wow. Very nice.
She's raging.
That's very perfect for this moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is pseudo raging. She's just angry at her favorite enemy, which is
all of them.
Men.
It's men.
It's men.
Yep. All right.
That thus endeth my turn.
Veterino hears that, and he's going to turn around. And he's going to say, the fucking Amazonians. And he's going to swing 3 times at you because you hurt him last time.
I sure did.
16, 17, and nat 20.
The nat 20s will hit. The one nat 20 will hit.
Yeah, so that'll be 11 turns to 5 points of damage to you. As he swings twice, and you deflect the blows with your bracers, tack, tack. And then he comes back with his offhand and just slams you hard in the leg, in the back of the leg. That's his turn. Monakas is going to turn and, Azaius, you're not the threat right now.
Technically, I haven't hurt anyone yet. And there's a big giant guy behind him,
I
and
was
then
gonna
there's
say
an
that
Amazonian
that's
right
scary.
there.
So he's gonna turn around and he's going to try to attack Dynamis 3 times. 1, 2, 3.
Ooh. Ow. Ooh.
Let's see what we've got here. We have 7, which misses. Then a nat 20 for 16 turns to 8 damage to Dynamis. And I need Dynamis to make a dex save. And then the last one is a 20 to hit Dynamis for 11 turns to 5. Dynamis does not fall prone, but you do take 5 and... what was the other one? 7. 12 points of damage. Track the health on your token accordingly, please. The Minotaur. He's feeling a little bold right now. He's going to back up. Provoking from Dynamis.
Dynamis, you take the attack?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was just trying to figure out my thing.
Click your token and on the bar and in the circle that has your health, just type in minus whatever.
Yeah,
Updated.
I got it.
Cool.
Alright,
Yeah.
yeah, so I'll make the one swing with my maul.
Make sure you hit the large set of buttons on your character sheet. Nice. 19
Roll.
plus 2. 19 absolutely hits for...
22?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, 22 points of damage. Oof. He's not feeling so bold anymore.
Oh, and when that was bludgeoning damage, wasn't it?
It was. You would push him 5 feet.
I would push him 5 feet. Ooh.
But he was headed backwards anyway. So that pushes him, and he's going to... So push 5 feet. So move 5 feet, get pushed 5 feet. 10, 20, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet right there. And Ozias, he's going to swing at you.
I use vigilance as a reaction.
I need Ozias to make a strength saving throw as he hits you with a 24.
I'm also
Oh,
going to be...
snap.
I'm going to be using a reaction too here. Let me double check, make sure I understand
I
that.
say, as my reaction, my last one too, because I get 2 my personally bonus times per long rest. So as the last one goes straight to Ozias again, I just throw it and I crit.
I use my reaction to start writing this stuff down. Someone got a crit.
Using my reaction to use elemental shield. I'm using this as wind, so it doesn't look like anything actually happens. But this will be to hopefully reduce some of the damage that I am about to take. I reduce it by 4.
So the Amazonian subclass is from the Odyssey of the Dragonlords Player's Handbook Guide, and there's a second Amazonian subclass that she's rocking from Arcadia, because I gave my players each the opportunity to grab to replace every one of their talents, which was the talent system by Draconics. They could replace all of their talents to get a second subclass, and most of them took it. So you ignore 4 points of damage.
Yep. And then I
You
had
will
18.
18 saves. You'll take 42, 38 points of damage.
Ooh, joy.
The first one is going to be 21 points of damage minus 4 is going to be 17 points of damage.
Yeah, I'm unconscious.
And then 21 points of damage after that as you get knocked unconscious. This guy slams into you, follows up, boom, and then gets knocked. Starts making this. Brontes stands on a table. Yeah, come on, guys. I may not have bet on you, but I'm not about to lose my social credit. Makes a scene in the crowd as he shouts and rallies. I guess this bull has some real beef. You hear someone yell, "That's a good one!"
Did you subtract the
And
damage from the?
Eritrea. What?
Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
And you deal. Holy crap! 15 plus 8 is 23 plus 6 is 29 points of damage to this guy. He is bloodied. So he is still up enough to do those attacks, because that's the point of that ability. As you slam into him with that spear with your reaction, he is barely standing. Ozias, you are unconscious.
Yep.
Roll a d20. You have a 5% chance of waking up.
Nope.
All right. Dynamis.
Uh, uh, 5 foot step. Is that all I need?
Yep.
And I'm going to attack the big guy. He's the one I called out.
Yeah.
Where is it? Here it is.
Attacks are at advantage against him because he recklessly attacked. It's going to hurt. Oh, 21's
Oh,
going to hit for 26 points of damage.
do I hit it again to do it at advantage?
Nope.
No,
It
it
has
automatically
2 sets
rolls
of
at
box.
advantage.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yep. So your dice are always going to roll twice. If you're at disadvantage, we're going to pick the little box. If it's at advantage, we're going to pick the big box. And if it's neither, we're going to pick the left box.
Gotcha.
Minus
Uh,
26. Hey, Dynamis.
yeah.
You knock him against the wall. He hits the ground and does not move.
He just shoulder checks the crap out of that dude.
That's right. That's how you do it. Come on, baby.
I love that it was Dynamis that did it too, because he's the one who called him out, and he just got the finishing blow on him too. Like that was so cool.
Yeah, we need to take out this other guy because
Yeah, I can get the not monk.
the not monk.
I
Yeah.
throw things. Monks and throwing are not good.
Monks in my new golf club, which is my mall.
Yeah,
Do you do anything else with your turn?
I don't have any other bonus actions I could do, right?
Sure you do. Your whole subclass is all about your bonus action, throwing people.
Can you throw something at the monk?
He could throw the monk.
Oh, I can throw the monk.
Throw the monk at the other guy.
Yeah. I would like to do that.
This is epic. I love fighting with Dynamis though. I feel like we work so well. This is great. I've been
Well,
dreaming
it's
of. I've
as a
talked to
bonus
John.
action, you can make an athletics check and push people really good.
All right. And this should be at advantage as well because I'm raging.
Yes, yeah, it would be at advantage for that. Oh, fuck.
32.
I would like to cast Power Word Yeet.
If I could get
Yeah, he
Barnabas
got a
permission onto
9.
that.
Yeah,
that's
you send him flying.
Yeah, that's five
Nope.
times my strength for distance, right? So I
Is
can
it?
throw it. Let me read. If you succeed on shoving a creature, you can throw the creature a number of feet equal to 5 times your strength modifier,
Yeah.
and cause the creature to take damage equal to your barbarian level.
So you throw him like I'm guessing into this corner is really the only place where you can get that far.
Yeah, 20
He
feet.
slams. Yeah, he slams into the wall and takes 3 points of damage.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
You're raging, so your rage damage is added. That's another 2.
Get on my
Does my
brain.
radiant damage count as well?
Does what?
My radiant damage?
It does. Well, you spent your radiant damage on the first strike because it's once per turn.
Hmm.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Yep.
But I'm gonna say the big damage counts, so roll a d4 because you big.
I big.
I've been waiting for this moment to fight with
Itty
Dynamis,
bitty
though,
bitty.
since he built his character. I was like, Eritrea and Dynamis are going to fight so well, because I'm range, he's melee, and it's just massive.
4. Very nice. Another 4. So you throw him and deal 4, 2 is 6, 6 and 3 is 9 points of bludgeoning damage as you slam him against the wall. His head cracks against the wall, his vision stirs, and he focuses his attention. Do you want to move, or is that your action economy?
Uh, that's. I'll stay where I'm at.
All right, Eritrea.
I am going to attack with my Dorata as an action at the guy in front of me.
Okay. It is at advantage because you are an Amazonian war cry, and he is a man. 22 is going to hit for 13.
Bonus action, I'm going to use Thrown Weapon Master again for 2 attacks as a bonus action.
Oh, jeez. Do you have a way to counteract disadvantage in melee?
Let's see. I can start reading off my feats. I have a few. Let me see.
If she throws it off of my washboard abs, and I reflect it towards them.
Does Thrown Weapon Master do it?
Even at disadvantage, those are both going to get hit. Look it up for next time, though.
Okay.
Have an answer for that for next fight. But even at disadvantage, an 18 and
It is.
21
It's a
to get
fighting
hit.
initiate thrown weapon. I do not have disadvantage against targets within 5 feet of me.
Nice.
There we
You hit him twice. He is bloodied.
Can I add a precision
times.
attack to one of these?
You didn't move. You didn't miss.
Oh, okay. I thought there was a thing where I got to add damage to it once per turn, but it uses a charge. I didn't know which one that was.
It grants you advantage, and then you can add a die if you manage to hit.
Okay, okay. Thank
But
you.
it's one of those things you got to declare before.
Yep.
All right. He follows up with 3 mighty swings with a 12, a 10, and a 24. So 24 will hit Eritrea for 11 points of damage, cut in half to 5.
Yep, because I can't use magic, otherwise I could shield out of it.
I mean, it's up to you. You could choose to use magic.
Yeah, they said no magic though. I feel like that wouldn't be fair. Ozias didn't use magic. I feel like that wouldn't be fair.
But that is Veterino's turn, as he is wailing on Eritrea. Monachus is going to run up to Dynamis. 5, 10.
Did he take damage?
Yeah, you took damage
From what?
From when I
from when he
eated him?
threw. Yeah.
Yeah, he took like 9 damage. We said.
Okay.
That's why he's mad at you. But he runs up. He swings at you with a 14. Does that hit?
Nope.
Swings at you again with a 22. Does that hit? Yep, 20. I'm going to guess that hits because he got quiet. 22 is going to hit for 9, cut in half to 4.
Night night.
Okay. So Dynamis is going to shrink back down and pass out. Here we go. And then we will go minus
It's up to the
4.
line of Astoria.
And then with his last swing, he's going to finish moving 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Does he have more movement than that? I mean, kind of a monk. He does. He got 40 feet of movement. So he's going to step up and make his last swing at Eritrea. He gets a 10.
Miss.
Minotaur's out. Ozias is out. Dynamis, roll a d20. See if you wake up.
Yeah. Wrong cat. Here we go. D20. Mm-mm.
You do not wake up. You are out of the fight.
Oh
Then
wait,
top of the round.
actually, I actually have to. I have a different thing that does something. Uh, when you're failing a saving throw, you can choose to have your symbiote expend one of your hit dice to roll it and add that to.
Ooh.
Yeah.
He just
So,
stands back up, cracks
You
his
can just
neck.
choose to stand back up. Yeah, I forgot. Okay, that's a really cool one of the. Oh, that's such a cool. I
so
know that the.
that's a D12, right? My hit die.
Yep.
It
Okay,
is,
spend
but
the hit die.
I mean, you would have to. Yeah, I mean, at most it could bring you to a 19. If you rolled a 12, that still wouldn't get you up. I wouldn't use
Oh,
that
okay.
ability.
Yeah. All right.
Could I give my
But holy
inspiration to him?
crap!
What?
Oh, I thought you said a 19. I thought he would need one more to get him up. If I gave him my
That's
inspiration to re-roll at advantage, would he?
actually, hold on a second.
That's not how inspiration works.
Okay.
But does
You have to
bardic
declare
inspiration
you're using inspiration beforehand.
help?
I mean, it's a death save, guys. It's either you roll a nat 20 or you don't.
Well,
Okay.
it's sustained symbiosis, right? The dark
Yeah.
gift.
Yep.
That's just you choose to succeed.
Oh,
You
yeah.
spend
I
a hit.
just need to succeed
Let me
and
see.
I regain one hit
Yeah,
point.
because it's you can choose to have your symbiote expend a hit dice to boost a saving throw. But if this is a death save, you can just choose to succeed and you regain one hit point. And then
Is that
once
what
you
it
do
says?
that, that's
Wow.
it for a
Yeah.
round. Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
Sustained
gosh, this is
symbiosis.
awesome. Just stands back up. I love it.
So you gain a hit point and stand up at the end of your turn.
I love this so much. He just stands right back up.
I didn't hear no bell.
No, this is the dark gift that Gavin had. So yeah, I know
Yep.
this one.
Eritrea.
I am going to throw my Dorada some more at the veteran because I don't like this corner over here. And I'm going to make one of them a pushing attack if I hit.
Whoa.
21. Oh, you crit again? Oh.
Damn.
Oh no, you crit twice because they're all at advantage. Oh
That's
shit.
that's going into the epic verse.
wait for it.
2
And
plus 11 plus
as
6
the Dorada hits, we all hear out of the etherealness.
I love it, Ray. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I mean you deal 51 points of damage to Veterino with the first 2 attacks, and then the last attack is still available,
It's
which
better
you would make against Monachus.
Yep, I would try to make it against him.
Yeah, that's awesome, John. Let's see here. Yeah, so that's going to be, let's see, 22 and 6 is 28 points of damage to Monachus. Monachus doesn't like that.
I guess the veteran would have got pushed, but he died or is unconscious.
Yep, he got knocked unconscious. Effectively dead. So 28 minus 13, he takes 15 points of damage, Monachus does, as he tries to catch the spear.
And it still goes through him a little bit. Thus endeth my turn.
Veterino is out. Monachus. Doesn't know what's waiting behind him. Makes 3 attacks at Eritrea. What do we have here? Let me move this camera. 22 to hit for 9. Need you to make a con save. 9 gets cut in half to 4. And then a 13 is going to miss. And then the last one was a... What'd you get on the con save?
22.
Yep, you're not paralyzed. So the last one is going to be a 10.
Miss.
That's Monachus' turn. Dynamis.
I. Oop, wrong thingy. There we go. I am going to move up right behind Monachus. And I.
Oh, crap. There we go.
So I'm not raging anymore,
No, you're not.
and I'm not big anymore.
You are not.
So I'm just gonna hit him with my maul. I need a good hit.
Hold on, let me fix your token. Cause you're the wrong size. There we go. You're all the wrong size. Holy smokes.
Well, we're the size so that the picture is visible.
Yeah. But
Now
that's the
just
actual combat
tiny.
size. Hey, don't mess with my friend, Slam.
Weren't you just like super big? Yeah. So that's
That'd be a hilarious curse. He gets big, but when he comes out of this rage, he shrinks down to like the size of a halfling.
I'm height fluid.
that's what points of exhaustion does to me.
Yeah, right.
He gets smaller.
But an 18 is not going to connect as you try to swing at him.
Okay.
Anything with your bonus action?
Mm,
All right, Eritrea.
Doesn't he get a +2 from the new flanking rules?
He does. He does get a +2. Still not gonna hit. A
Okay.
10's not gonna hit a monk.
Oh, I thought you said 18.
he did say 18.
Nope, it was 8.
Okay. I heard the teen somehow. We're good.
If I said 18, that was a slip. He rolled an 8 on that dice.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Eritrea.
I missed the part where I have a question for next time since it's too late. With my racial ability, the Septine Warmonger, whenever I kill something, I get either an extra attack, free attack, or temp. However, he didn't technically die, so that wouldn't count, right?
You defeated him.
Okay, I just did the temp because it's too late to do the other thing, but I imagined I didn't know if it would work or not because he didn't actually die.
You defeated him. He's effectively dead for the intents of this fight.
Okay, I am going to throw to my Dorada 3 more times, and I'm gonna make one of them pushing attack again.
There is nowhere to push him.
Oh,
But go for it.
I get a +2 for flanking though.
+2 to
You do
hit.
get a +2 for flanking. 26 or 28, 23, and another crit. God, with you around, this bard's gonna finish his thing quick.
Yeah, what is it? That's like 4 crits so far just from this one fight.
Oh, it's
10
been plenty.
plus 4 plus 6 plus.
We have how many crits? We have 2, 3, 4, 5. We have about 5 crits.
Just keep using that reaction, man.
Yeah,
9 plus
that's
7. So
One per
51
round.
minus 12 points of damage. 39 points of damage to Monachus. He is bloodied.
Damn, is Monachus the real champion?
Yeah, right.
Monks at the right level are really dangerous.
Veterino's unconscious. Monachus. You swung at him. He's going to turn around. He's going to try and hit you, Dynamis.
No, no. Okay, I'm out.
That's 10 points of damage to Dynamis. And then he turns around and follows up with his last 2 strikes as he kicks Eritrea in the head twice. Maybe. Hopefully. Ooh.
Perchance.
A 13 is going to miss. A 19.
Also misses.
What?
AC's a
Holy smokes.
21.
Oh, nice.
Chibi Ranger. Chibi Ranger.
That's Monoxus' turn. That brings us to Dynamis. Roll a d20.
Can I just say I'm loving Brontez as the hype man and the off on the side in the chat.
He's doing bard stuff.
We're doing
All
bard
right,
stuff.
Dynamis is out.
Great.
Eritrea.
I'm gonna do it again.
Gonna do it again.
I'm gonna beat you senseless.
One more left if you're counting.
I was counting.
That's like the 6th one I rolled tonight.
16 misses, 29 hits, and another crit. I don't ever want to hear you complain about roll 20 dice again, because like...
You said 16 misses. Can I do the precision attack to that to add to to make it hit? Right? That's what it's for?
That is
Or
what
it
it's
gives
for.
you advantage. If it's the same one.
No, it's precision attack. You add the dice to it.
Oh,
The D6.
It says on here it's a D8 per the Squire of Solamnia thing.
Oh, neat. Yeah, +7's definitely going to make it hit. Holy smokes. Because that makes it a 23 for another 19 points of damage. So 38 and 19, that's 48, 57 points of damage. Monachus is going to use his reaction one final time. Let's see if it works. +12. Yeah, Monachus hits the ground. The crowd goes wild as he hits the ground unconscious. And Eritrea has proven herself victorious over the fight pits.
Cool. I immediately cast Goodberry. I immediately cast Goodberry and give up Goodberry to Dynamis and Ozias. Well, it'd be Ozias first, and then Dynamis.
Guile runs over and uses his healer kit on Ozias.
No. It's all right. I can take it from here.
No, I'm the medic guy. This is what I do.
No.
I am a medic. Right. Listen to your doctor.
Just don't touch me with your bare hands.
Of course. Snap.
I'll murder his Dynamis.
Of course,
you all wake up beaten and bloodied and sore. The Minotaur gets up, he goes over to you, offers his hand out to you, goes, "That was good training."
Oh, yeah.
Gives you the big forearm shake.
Yep.
Oh, man. You're going to the games, right? You need to go to the games. You do so good.
If I find myself in that area, I'll jump right in.
Could you tell me how you did the thing where you got all big? 'Cause like I'm already all big. And if I was that big, huh?
I mean, I know I look small, but I'm a grower, not a shower.
Ah. And you, and he turns to you, Eritrea, he goes, "Wow."
That was pretty good. You've hit a lot harder than the champions in the arena. Actually, I've got to say.
I've been eating my Wheaties. Yeah, yeah, totally. But everyone cheers out. Whatever you put in the Roll20 chat as your bet is now doubled.
20!
20.
Kyrie Ray Jepsen, she runs up and she starts beating you in the head with the wooden point, and she goes, "That's how it's fucking done. That's how it's fucking done." And she just starts downing bowls of wine.
My friend sounds absolutely excellent. I had me worried there. Dynamis. I thought for a second you were about going to get up, but thank the heavens you did. I had so much money right on you, just letting you know.
Thanks.
Wait, didn't you shout out that you didn't make a bet, or did I hallucinate?
Don't worry about it. Some semantics. You see, I simply invested morally. It's, never mind the fact
Oh.
that, you know.
All
You,
right. Well, with that, I think this is a great place for us to stop. For everyone sitting out there, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching our introduction to Odyssey of the Dragonlords. Come see us next week at the same Collective Entertainment Network time, at the same Collective Entertainment Network place, um, to see these heroes on their first steps of the Odyssey of the Dragonlords, and take on the Boar of Legend. As always, give us a like and subscribe, hit that notification bell, and help us against the ongoing boss battle against the ultimate of BBEGs, the YouTube algorithm. Like us on Facebook. Give us some comments, and we promise we'll talk to you. We love you so much. I love you. Have a great week, everybody.